you.
Okay. Okay?
No, no video already. I have my thing rebooted.
You could have left that stuff there, Jeff.
What?
You could leave that one there.
Yeah, I just.
Unless you have notes in it or something.
No,
You know.
I'm good.
Yeah. Don't you see you go down there? Joe. Don't you see you go down there?
All right.
Okay? What's up, Gadu?
Yeah.
We're starting? Okay, well, we have 2 days of deliberation, school to new treaty education, and its implications. We have a number of speakers for the day. Agenda, they're on tab 1, agenda. So right now we're about a half hour, but really, most greetings are like 2 minutes, so we'll limit those greetings to about 2 minutes. Limit to 1 minute, 1 minute. But it's nice to see everybody here. We still have some people out there having a cigarette, so everybody will filter in. For the morning session, we have a panel. Saugage could not be here, so he's still in Saskatoon. But we do have the 2 other speakers, Dr. William Wicken and Joe B. Marshall, who are here. Then we have the panel question period. And one of the things we'll ask you, we're streaming live. So I'm saying, right now we're on the web. I'm on the web, looking hot. So we ask that you ask your questions, take the mic over there so we hear your question, and Barry will pan over to you. And any of the panel members, if you answer the question, you'll have to come over here to answer the question. So, but we'll sort that out. In the afternoon, we have the Mi'kmaq rights litigation. That'll be with Bruce, and I hear Bruce is in Bermuda, so he won't be here. We have Eric here, and Viola is here, so they will be on for the afternoon. Then we have a panel question period, and the last part is the review of the comprehensive plan, which Jeff had was developed out of the workshop on January, February, March 2nd and 3rd? 3rd and 4th? Yeah, pretty good. I remember that. So let's start off our opening with, can I ask Chief Rod Google from the Wigwam First Nation to do us a favor, an opening prayer. Mike is liados. Quiseres chegou, é
Thank you, John. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Amen. Dear Heavenly Father, ever blessed Virgin, sweet Mother of God, sweet Jesus, Saint Jude, and Saint Catherine, we want to thank you for all the wonderful blessings that you have given us in our lives and all the wonderful days you have given us. And all we can hope and pray for is that you will give us the strength, the courage, the wisdom, the faith, the hope, the patience that we need to conduct our business today. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Amen.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Rod, you want to have some opening comments to open the sessions? Come on.
Thank you, John. Honored guest. I'm very happy and pleased and very thrilled that we are having these discussions next couple of days. I want to thank my colleagues that worked with me on this committee. Chief P.J. Prosper, he's not here yet. Grand Captain Underlay, and of course Jaime, who put this all together. Thank you very much. Job well done, Jaime. We've this day has finally arrived. These discussions have been going on since the late 60s, 70s, 80s. There was whisperings of, what's going on today. At that point in time, we didn't know what it was or how to package it or how to present it. And which brings us to today, where we know what we call it now. It's the Treaty Education Workshop. And it's being packaged and with the hopes that eventually these discussions that are starting today will eventually lead to a point in time where our history, our treaties, will be taught in each and every school across Nova Scotia. A lot of people have misconceptions about our treaties. They feel that these treaties are for natives only. Where I go in any gatherings, I say, look, these treaties are all our treaties. Your ancestors, my ancestors, signed these treaties. Because these treaties were signed, it allowed your ancestors to settle into our lands and flourish. So almost every person in Nova Scotia is a treaty person. So it's very important that the children be taught the importance of these treaties. It was a vision that was brought on by a lot of our great leaders who have passed on, such as Newell Doucette, John Knockwood, Reggie Sluboy, Reggie Maloney, Stanley Johnson, Raymond Francis, all these leaders. Back in the day, this was an idea they had, late David Toney, Greg McEwen, and the list goes on and on. They're not here today to sort of see the fruits of their labor, but we are here. History has not been very kind to us because the most obvious reason being we never had a part in writing of the histories. But today, we are actually writing history ourselves with the start of this treaty education movement. And I'm looking forward to the next 2 days having a very full, dedicated, committed conversation in regards to our treaty education. And that is all I have to say, and thank you ever so much for being here. Thank you. Well on, John?
Thank you, Chief Rod. Our next opening comments come from G. Captain Andley Denny.
Ici à Masek. Voilà l'Indian, voilà les Ortandais, sur Bédida York, dans les Bédida School de Midi, Gestar, voilà les Bédida York. Armidouadi, dans le Jixi de Moudi, webcast, school Lakoi, voilà les Jixi de Morag, not Muscle Dior. I'm really proud to be here today to talk about our treaty relationship. I welcome everybody here. I welcome the kids who are listening to this, which is being live streamed. I was just mentioning that my father's bedtime stories were the treaties. And I said I'll look at the fact that when you look at treaty education, it's our interpretation of our treaties, how we view them, how we see them. Now, I'll give you a little example of me heading to the bank last week. And I was following this non-Mi'kmaq man who may not have noticed that I was behind him, but every time we got to a door, he'd open it and not hold it for me. And there was about 4 or 5 doors to the bank, and anybody else would have gotten flustered. And I was a little bit flustered. I said, why wouldn't he be as courteous to open the door for me? But then again, I thought it back to who I was, how I was brought up. And I can't be anybody but myself. I can't be anybody but Mi'kmaq. And that is what the treaties are about. Seeing it our way, believing in what we were taught. This is how our ancestors lived. We did not change. We've gone through so much when you look at the history of the Mi'kmaq, from the residential schools, from the colonial area. But the thing is, fundamentally, when my father was taught the treaties from his old man, he was taught to say that, do not let yourself be changed. You're our Mi'kmaq. And the kids need to understand that. We don't have to look down upon anybody. But we have to brighten our hearts, and we have to brighten our future by knowing what our ancestors went through. The fact that we are still here speaking our language, talking about our treaties, deliberating about them. It is very important for the youth of today to understand that as Mi'kmaq, we've signed treaties with 3 of the most powerful nations in the world. And that is the Holy See in 1610, of course the Covenant Chain Treaties, from 1725 up to 1752, 1760, 61 and so forth. But again, it was the Mi'kmaq who were the very first, along with our allies, the Maliseet and the Passamaquoddy, to recognize the United States when they declared their independence. So when you look at our history, don't look down upon yourself. Look at what our ancestors accomplished. And it's important that our children know this. But it's more important that our allies know who we are. That way, as Chief Rod mentioned, there will be no more misconceptions about the treaties. It is very important that treaty education is taught in the school systems in Atlantic Canada. Nova Scotia is a start, but it's got to be in Mi'kmaq territory, all of Mi'kmaq Canada. And for this, I'd like to thank everybody for listening to me for a little bit, but I'm going to really look forward to these deliberations. And I must remind you, remember the teachings of your parents, of your grandparents, and their parents. Language is a very important tool when we look at our treaties. Walal yoch.
Do you want to do that? No, I don't need these, but always nice to have them. The other thing for those of you who are on the web, on Naspol on computer, looking at the live stream, when we do the question period, there's a space on the right-hand side that's a blank. You can put your questions in there, and JR can see them right away. So if there's any questions you want to, and just write down who you're addressing the question to, and who you are, so that we know who you are, the school you're with, or what community you're with, et cetera, et cetera. So give us your background, give us your question, and we'll make sure that it's answered during the panel discussions. The first part of the session was good as this treaty diplomacy panel. And a lot of the treaty diplomacy talks about is really that timeline, diplomacy, what has occurred, or the discussions between two groups, what has occurred in the time frame. I'm going to ask Jaime to, since his dad isn't here, maybe he can introduce the timeline in relation to our treaties. Jaime?
Well, Alan John, thank you for asking me to come up here. I'd like to turn everyone's attention to what we have created here is a Mi'kmaq history timeline. And one of the things that had come up through the session, through our discussions with Chief Rod, PJ, and Grand Captain Denny, is that we wanted to give, during this Treaty Education Summit, a chronological overview of where we've been and basically take a history of the Mi'kmaq from the early 1600s all the way to where we are today. And we have some of the best people available to give us that testimony on various parts of Mi'kmaq history. And what we have here is just after looking at some of the documentation and talking with some of the experts we've brought aboard, they've talked about certain dates, and we have them in a Mi'kmaq history timeline, which we're going to hopefully make available to the schools and in some kind of a poster or coloring contest or something in the future as well. We're looking at taking all the videos and the articles that we received from this session and making an educational tool out of it, so that we'll be able to share that with the schools, not just today, but in future, possibly if we have the commitment to move forward on this through video, through possibly a book, through maybe a short summary articles. What we have here is just the start, and it's not encompassing our full history. Of course, it's very hard to get the entire history of the past 400 years of the Mi'kmaq on one piece of paper. There are key things that you think that should be included. Please let us know later on in terms of important aspects. But with that, my father couldn't make it today. He originally had said he could, but he had a commitment at the Native Law Center in Saskatchewan, where he works, that he couldn't get out of. So he sent a video instead, and what we're going to try to do today is go over the history, starting with the 1600s, which Sog-Edge will talk a little bit about, and move forward to the treaty period, which Bill Wicken will talk about, and then we'll talk the end of the panel. Joe B. Marshall will be talking about the beginning of the treaty denial period and the formation of the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, and how we've begun to reassert and reclaim these rights that we've had as Mi'kmaq. And in the afternoon, we have the panel, which Bruce Wallsmith provided a video that takes us through the treaty litigation period, as well as Eric Giley, who will talk about where we've come from to get to where we are in the state of reconciling our rights, reconciling and negotiating. And then Viola Robinson will talk about some of the work we're doing currently and where we hope to be moving forward. And it's going to be a full day, but the day really is not just about hearing presentations. It's the chance for the chiefs and leadership in the room to ask the questions that from the people who are maybe our experts on treaties, just as Dr. Wicken has been one of our lead expert witnesses we've called in front of the courts to being able to answer these questions on Mi'kmaq history and Mi'kmaq treaties. So we have the people in the room that are able to answer some of these questions. And so moving forward, we have a Mi'kmaq history timeline, as well as with some of the different presentations. We have written submissions as well within your Treaty Summit handbook. And I just want to point out that the art on the front of that was actually created by David Brooks, an artist from Indian Brook, and just to make sure to recognize that we saw that piece, and it really spoke to what I think treaty education needed to be about. So if there's no further ado, John, I can start the video that Sog-Edge has sent that talks about he'll be talking about two areas, the 1600s and as well the United Nations. And I believe we have the article on tab 2 within your books that talk about the Mi'kmaq, the early era of the Mi'kmaq. And for those of you who don't know Sog-Edge Henderson, he's been working for the Mi'kmaq Grand Council since the 1970s. He also was one of the key researchers in the 1970s of digging out the treaties from the archives and researching them and explaining what these treaties meant. And he continues to serve the Mi'kmaq Grand Council today, and in 1980s was part of a group including Alexander Denny that took communication to the United Nations against Canada, saying that they had breached our right to self-determination. And so there's also an article on tab 4 that talks a little bit about that. And with that, I will start the video.
Awaloktiok, this is Gage Henderson. Sorry I can't be with you for your important treaty meeting, but I wanted to address some of the questions that when I began researching for the Union on treaties, we hadn't defined or discovered all the treaties, which we still haven't today, and we haven't really described which ones are the originals and which ones were the copies. So we were doing archival work in relationship with trying to defend Micmacs who were charged with various hunting and fishing regulations. In looking at the treaties, one of the most important parts of the treaties are the 1600s. It's still a place where we're researching and we don't have clear answers to many things. But by the 1600s, the Innu, the Eastern Wabanaki, and the Micmacs, and even the Western Wabanakis had created a new trading order based on kinship, knowledge, and language. They had created an order that was slowly being extended to the European kingdoms and the traders that were coming from the European kingdoms. It's written that over 1,000 European ships per year were trading and competing along the coast and territory of the Mi'kmaq. To regulate the trade and to remedy the disorder caused by the European traders, the Micmacs and their allies began to enter into alliances of friendships with the various traders and then accords and then treaties with the British king and the French king. The northern allies of the Micmacs were the first to begin these alliances. In 1610, the Micmac entered into the International Alliance, or Concordant, with the Holy See of the Catholic Church. At that time, the Holy See guided the law of nations. As early as 1616, the Jesuit priests were describing the Micmac Commonwealth, nation, or polity to as superiors and the trading confederation of the Micmac allies. In 1621, the British King James I granted to Sir William Alexander a royal trading charter to the countries of the Micmac and the Wabanakis. The charter recognized that the Micmacs and the Wabanakis control the territory and the trade, and the charter required Alexander to enter into alliances with the indigenous sovereigns, the Micmacs and the Wabanakis. In 1629, the Micmacs had reached an alliance with King Charles I through Sir William Alexander, which created obligations of the king to honor the agreement. In the winter of 1629 and 1630, King Charles requested a meeting in London with one of the commanders to affirm the alliance. The Micmac chose Sagamo Sejip, his wife and son, to go to London, where they were treated as royalty of Canada. They arrived in February of 1630 and met with King Charles and began the chain of relationships and friendships. The Treaty of Saint Germain-en-Laye in 1632, King Charles formally returned the Nova Scotia colonies of Sir William Alexander to the French king, Louis III. And Louis III began to request an alliance with the Micmacs to acknowledge the French trading jurisdictions under the law of nations. So in 1622 through 1633, the Micmacs selected Queechec and Mimigu to meet with King Louis III in Paris to talk about trading rights. In 1638, the Micmacs decided to enter into an alliance or an accord of friendship with Louis XIII by the son of Captain Juan Genu from Gaspé about the trading rights in Mi'kmaq. Juan Genu's son gave a wampum belt, a crown of porcelain beads, to King Louis III to affirm the relationship. We haven't found this wampum belt, but we're still looking for it. When we do find it, we can interpret what the relationship was. In 1646, the Micmacs also started resolving a conflict with the Innu by a treaty of peace, and again in 1650 they resolved another conflict with the Innus of Labrador by another treaty of peace. So they started the whole treaty process there. In 1648, the conflict between the Catholic and the Protestants in Europe ended with the Treaty of Westphalia, and the Holy See transferred control of the law of nations to the various kingdoms. This generated a new treaty order based on secular sovereignty, and the European nations began to legitimize their trading jurisdictions in North America among the indigenous nations by means of alliances or treaties with Indian federations and their member states. In 1693, the Wabanaki Confederacy, which were allies of the Micmacs, entered into a league of friendship and trade with the British king. And in 1699, the same nations renewed the league as the Two Brothers Treaty that began the Treaty Commonwealth with the British King William and his kingdom. The Micmacs resisted entering into these agreements and didn't enter into these agreements until much later in 1726, which starts their relationship, a new relationship, a renewal relationship with the King of Great Britain. But that's a very brief summary of a very important time. And it demonstrates that the treaty process was not only with the European nations, but is also with the indigenous nations of North America to create and control and regulate a trade community. In the 1980s, the Union of Nova Scotia Indians and the Micmac Grand Council went to the United Nations to have these treaties enforced and to have the treaties seen as part of the constitutional process. In that endeavor, the goal was to have the treaties recognized as constitutional documents and also as documents in the law of nations. And we were successful in both of those strategies in achieving the idea that the treaties were binding international obligations as well as constitutional obligations of Canada. We also moved into the strategy of creating the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which affirmed that all those existing treaty rights with Indigenous peoples are binding as a matter of international law and of human rights covenants. Based on the general theme of treaty education and the Treaty Education Summit on Micmac Determination and Perseverance, it's got to be noted that this has been going on for a very long process, some recorded, most unrecorded. And it's a very important thing to reconceptualize in the Micmac understanding what peace means, what friendship means, and what protection means, which are the key concepts of the treaties. And that's where we should focus our initial efforts in the treaty education process, because peace is a long-term object that the Micmacs have always sought to create when they created their confederation, when they created their alliances with other confederations, and what they're doing now to renew nation building. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be able to present a little bit of the information, and to we hope you have a very good conference.
One of the things that I'd had a little bit of back and forth with my father, I asked him to keep the talks to about the 1600s and his work with the United Nations and the Grand Council. I asked him for under 15 minutes. He did it in 10. So one of the things I had the honor of doing in law school was I did my directed research paper on the case of the Mi'kmaq Mi'kmaq Tribal Society versus Canada at the United Nations, and it was put forth by Alexander Denny with his lawyers Saugh Henderson and Russell Barsh at the time. And one of the things that they do at the United Nations is that you submit your claim and they ask Canada what they think about it, and it goes back and forth in kind of a letter writing format. And one of the things that I really liked when I read that is that after the Mi'kmaq had declared that Canada has violated our self-determination, they've taken our resources, they've done all of these things. On tab 3 of your books, on the third page, it talks about the positions at the case. It's funny that Canada asked that the United Nations throw out this case because he said, well, you can't really review this case because it affects the national unity and territory integrity of Canada. To which I love the reply from the Mi'kmaq Grand Council, and it was that Canada is assuming a disputed fact, namely whether the reserved territories of the treaties between 1726 and 1773 and recognizes it as reserve hunting land by the proclamation of 1763 ever lawfully became part of the territory of Canada, or whether the Imperial Crown held it for us. So basically the argument was Mi'kmaq territories never legally became part of Canada. And so at the United Nations, that discussion went on for over 8 years, from 1980 to 1988, with letters back and forth that I got to read from Canada's position to the Mi'kmaq position. And when I talked to Russell Barsh about the final discussion is when they sat down with Russell at the United Nations and the people who are making the decisions, they're not judges, they're a panel, they said, when we reviewed your documentation and your submissions, we all agree, you're right. You're 100% correct legally. However, if we declare that Mi'kmaq have self-determination and own these lands, then all of these people on the panel have Indigenous people in our territories, and we're going to have to deal with the same thing. So he said, we'd like to side with you legally, but we can't find a way to do that. So they never actually solved whether that question of land, and it was because that panel they used an administrative cop-out basically to say, we can't decide on this. So at that point, they started drafting a new document that might be able to use that. And that document was the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. And so when we went back to the United Nations 4 or 5 years ago with Cheryl and asked about this, they said that if this was retried in the United Nations, there would probably be a different result. And because now with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, we have the ability as Mi'kmaq to seek that. So that's one of the avenues that is always available to us as Mi'kmaq. But our next panel presenter we're going to call up is William Wicken, Dr. William Wicken. He's been our go-to guy for treaties litigations for our witness since we started the litigation of Mi'kmaq rights, and he's always been our expert witness. He's written 2 books on Mi'kmaq history, one being the Mi'kmaq Memory and History, 1794 to 1928, the King versus Gabriel Syliboy, as well as Mi'kmaq Treaties on Trial, History, Land, and the Donald Marshall Jr. And so with that, I just ask you to give a warm welcome to Dr. William Wicken from York University in Toronto.
Thanks, Hani, for that kind introduction. So I'll try and speak just for 15 minutes. I'm not the only person who's testified in these court cases, as Eric quite rightly will point out. There have been a number of people over the years who have testified in these cases, and I was just one of them. And really the only beginning in 1993, 1994 in the R versus Donald Marshall Jr., and then several other cases after that. So what I'm going to do is, I had 3 questions. Good, I've got 3 questions and about the treaties, and I'm going to pick up on one of the points, or one of the important points, as Saugh pointed out in his video, is in terms of the reasons why the European nations, and particularly in this case the British, signed or wanted to make these treaties. So I have three questions, and here, first of all, there's 6 treaties between 1725 and 1779, and many of you will be familiar with these. So why were the treaties made? That's my first question, and I think that's one of the issues that Saga should address. Why were the treaties made? The second question is, how did each party who signed the treaties between 1776 and 1779, how did they understand them? Was there a common consent in terms of how they understood each article of the treaties that were signed in this time period? And then the last question is really about what happened to the treaties afterwards. And this is something that Joby will be talking about later when we come to the period of after 1928 in the Syllaboy case, the period of treaty denial, which is very important in terms of that. So what happened afterwards, and how were these treaties understood by both parties, both on the Canadian side or the Nova Scotian side, the British side, and then how did the Mi'kmaq understand what they had signed after, and what the treaties they had made after 1779, that period up until the early 20th century. So those are the three questions I want to ask. So first of all, it's just my next slide. Thanks. So the first problem that I just want to talk about very briefly is the problems, and in terms of interpreting and understanding these treaties. So the most important point here is, I think, is that all the treaties are all in English, and that's a problem. That's a real problem. So how do you understand something from a Mi'kmaq perspective when in fact all the documents that we're looking at today are in English? How do you understand that? And because of the time period when the treaties were made and negotiated and discussed in these oral discussions beginning in 1725, 1726, up into 1779, we would expect that on one side there would be. So how did the British go about taking this document, constructing this document, translating it into Mi'kmaq, and how did the Mi'kmaq receive that? And then what did they say back? And who are the people in between who are trying to negotiate a very complex situation in which you're discussing about how we're going to live in peace? How are the British on the one side, they want to make these treaties. On the other side, the Mi'kmaq want to make these treaties as well, because there is a common concern about mitigating the disputes between them and to ensure that both peoples can live side by side into the future. So how are those complex discussions made on both sides, and how do you do that across a linguistic divide, but also a cultural and legal divide? And those are really important questions, because on the one hand we have Mi'kmaq law, and on the other side we have British law. So what do we mean by those two legal systems when we come together and try and negotiate? And this is really complicated, as Joby and Eric in the room here can attest to, and Viola can attest to in the room. All of them can testify about how complicated it is when you get together in a room and try and negotiate with government, because they have a long history of actually doing that. So when we go back 300 years ago and 400 years ago, or how, I don't know, I forget how many years ago we're talking about here, we're 350, 370 years ago, how difficult is that for us today to actually understand that? So I don't have any real good answers for that all the time. And I think that's one of the problems, is that we have a difficulty in conceptualizing that world which is so different from our own today. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that we have a huge amount of documentation from the archival record, both British and French, which we can use, or I can use, or we can all use as historians. There is a large documentation, most of it which is here in Canada, at the Library and Archives of Canada. There are still documents we expect that we haven't seen both in Great Britain and in France. We would expect that. And Salish referred to a wampum belt which has not yet been found, which we think exists, but we don't know where it is. Maybe it was destroyed, maybe it's still there somewhere, but we haven't been able to find it. So we have a large amount of documentation, but very little of that documentation actually mentions the Mi'kmaq because it's all written in the language of the colonizer, that is Great Britain or the French, and not in the language of the colonized, who would be the Mi'kmaq. So that's the problem, is we have this large documentation, but we don't have many mentions of the Mi'kmaq people. And one of the things that I point out in the under tab 4 is that we have one of the best documents we have is actually the copy of the 1726 treaty, the ratification at Annapolis Royal between June and November 1726, where we have 77 names of Aboriginal indigenous peoples, most of whom are Mi'kmaq. 64 of those 77 are Mi'kmaq. And we have totems, and that's wonderful. We have totems, because that's the only document that I'm aware of that we have actually totems of the Mi'kmaq people. And right in front and center of that is Jean-Baptiste Pont of Shubenacadie. So what does that symbol mean? What is the way in which that Mi'kmaq person, that Mi'kmaq leader signed that treaty? What does it actually mean? I have no idea. And that's an answer we need. We can ask questions about that, and we should know. And we should try and find out. But I think that those kinds of answers have to come from the Mi'kmaq community, from indigenous scholars who are looking at these issues, and not by somebody like me, who, I'm an historian. I'm an historian who looks primarily at written documentation. I don't speak Mi'kmaq. I never will speak Mi'kmaq. That's a problem. But that's something that has to come from the community. And that's the importance of young people today saying, okay, I'm interested in my history. I want to find out. I want to investigate that. I want to get the credentials that are going to allow me to stand up here 30 years from now and speak to you. And that's important. That's critically, critically important. Okay? So that's my next point. Now, my third point is that language is historically constructed. You think of all the words we use today in English in order to express ourselves. Those are words which are constructed in our time period to deal with the complexity of our lives. Cell phones. That word didn't exist. I don't know when. I don't know where that word came in. Or internet. Modem. All those words, those are common words we use today, but they're a construction of our time. When we go back into the 1700s and look at these treaties in English, what we have to remember is those words have a specific meaning which deals with a specific historical time period and a specific group of people. So when that word, submission, is used, and is always used in the English treaties of these texts, what does that mean? And that was a very, very important point that was used by the Crown in all their cases by Dr. Steve Patterson. He always talked about what submission meant. He said it meant submission to all the laws which existed at the time in the 1700s and after that. So the Mi'kmaq, by signing that treaty, he argued in court, were subject to the laws of Canada. And we argued something very differently. And I'd say that, I just want to make the point here when we talk about, I'm the expert up there. The heavy lifting in these cases, let's remember, are done by the lawyers, right? That's where the heavy lifting is done, by Eric and Bruce and Joby and other peoples who have been involved in this process, right? So submission is an historically constructed word, and so are the English texts of the treaty. So in the same context, how would the Mi'kmaq understand those words? What were their words in that particular time period? Okay, sorry, next slide. Okay, so the point is, why were the treaties made? Why were the treaties made? Well, I have several points that I would make. One of the things we have to remember is Great Britain. Who's making the treaties on the other side? So first of all, we have to go to Great Britain and understand the context, the historical context of them. So there are several points that I want to make. First of all, between 1790 and 1920, the English-speaking population of the world increases by a factor of 16. It increases by 16 times. Now, look around the world today and think of where English is spoken. It is spoken in India. It is spoken in Pakistan and Bangladesh. It is spoken in Hong Kong and Australia, New Zealand, and large parts of Africa and Honduras. It's spoken in the United States and Canada, and it is the major language of industry in the world today. I mean, Chinese soon will be, but English has been historically, since really from the 1800s. Why is that? Well, part of the reason is because England is a colonizer. They have colonized large parts of the world, and one of the principal ways they did that is not only through the institutions they created, but also the violence they meted upon the indigenous peoples they met in all areas of the world, whether it was in South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, or in Nova Scotia. But also through the law and the legal institutions they created. So the common law becomes a principal means by which the British are able to ameliorate and mediate relations with subject peoples. That is, in this case, the Mi'kmaq. They are very successful in using that system. So one of the ways to think about the treaties is at law at the edge of empire. That is law which is used in order to integrate indigenous peoples, in this case the Mi'kmaq, into British institutions. So the treaties, and I think this is the way in which Eric and Bruce and those cases will be talked about in the early 1990s, that's the way they saw it. And that's the brilliance of their legal strategy, is to think about the treaties as this process of mediation in which the British, it was a series of processes in which the treaties only meant that thing at that time. And then if the British wanted to come back and negotiate something else, then they had to do that. Right? So it's a rolling process. But it wasn't an application or imposition of the law, the common law, upon the Mi'kmaq, but rather a discussion and negotiation. And it was a very successful strategy in terms, and I think that's also reflective of what's going on in the 1700s. It's very much of a process of what's going on in the 1700s. So that's the second point. So the British are they are a colonizer. The third point is that the British control the trade. One of the reasons why they want the treaties is because of their navy. They control many of the global trading networks throughout the entire world. And the fourth point I want to make is that at this time period, at the precise time when the British are negotiating the treaties with the Mi'kmaq, they are in the process of industrialization. They are industrializing, and they will become the world's principal military and economic power. Next slide. So this is what we mean by industrialization. This is one way of thinking about it. And that's the application of new sources of power, that is steam power, to the production of goods or commodities at new sites of production, which are factories using a new, I'm mixed up, using new sources of labor, the working class, in new sites of production, that is factories, and with new sources of capital. And it's the last part which is critically important in terms of why the treaties were made. And that is because it's the capital, it's money. And that money, which is accumulated in Great Britain in the 1700s, comes from this international trade, which includes the slave trade. So this comes to us why the treaties were made. Next slide. Thanks. So Great Britain makes the treaties in order to secure access to the cod fishery. Why the cod fishery? Because the cod fishery feeds the slaves in the Caribbean, which is the major site of production in this time period, as well as feeds the markets of Southern Europe. But also they make the treaties in order to conquer New France, in order to secure access to the North Atlantic international trade, of which the Virginia and New England, those are two important cogs of this growing international trading network. And this is what feeds the capital, the creation of capital, which leads to industrialization. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is how did each party understand the treaties? How did each party understand the treaty? And again, I go back to all the treaties are written in English and not in Mi'kmaq, and that's a problem. So again, and in my second point, that the language, the treaties are historically constructed. So how do we understand? There's some parts of the treaties which are very straightforward to understand. For instance, in 1760, the Mi'kmaq agreed not to communicate or take the side of the French in this ongoing conflict of the 7 Years' War between 1756 and 1763. And the last of the major treaties in 1760 is signed in that time period. They agree on that. But other parts of the treaties are really difficult to understand. So how do we deal with that? And those are often the ones that have been mostly contentious in court and which Canada has contested. And that is, what does submission mean? What did the Mi'kmaq do when they signed these treaties? Did they agree to submit to the laws of Great Britain in all of its, from that time forward on into the future, or was it a negotiating process? It's a question. I have my own answer to that, but it's a question, and it's a legitimate question to ask from an historian's perspective. What does each part of those treaties, and that's the importance of understanding from a Mi'kmaq perspective and how the Mi'kmaq leaders at that time and their communities would have understood these things. Okay, so my last slide. So how did each of the parties understand the treaties after the last of them were signed, and particularly after 1760? And why were they forgotten? And this is something more, and I'm going to go up to 1928, and very, very quickly. And here my thing is about why are the treaties forgotten? Or why do the British and later the provincial and federal governments, why do they no longer recognize them or talk about them? And it comes back to industrialization, and it comes back to the American Revolution, because this area of the world is just swamped by settlers in the post-1780 period. Numbers count, pure and simple. I mean, numbers count. Power counts, institutions count, all of that counts. And it's not alone here, but it's in other parts of what will become Canada that the same process unfolds. Except that if you go to Walpole Island in Ontario, or the Six Nations Grand River Reserve, as you well, if you're familiar with those communities, and I'm sure you are, you'll recognize how vast those, in comparison to Mi'kmaq reserves, how vast those communities are, right, in land surface, and how small the Mi'kmaq communities are here. And that's kind of important. It's revealing. It's very, very revealing. What I would say is, the other thing is, why the treaties come back is because, not that, it's because people remember. Because the Mi'kmaq leadership and their communities, they remember. They remember the treaties. Now, why they remember, I think, is a really complicated question. But what I think is because of the way in which the Mi'kmaq community is marginalized, economically, socially, and politically in the post-1780 period. Because there has to be a reason why people remember. If you think about our own brains and what we can remember and what we don't remember, I can't remember hardly what I did yesterday or what I did 3 weeks ago. And I'm reading stuff sometimes, I'm thinking, really? I said that? I have no idea. I mean, that's the way we are, right? That's the way we are. And so why did the community remember? Our brains are not a perfect repository of information. They selectively create and remember things. That's what they do. So why did people remember? And then what did they remember? And I would say is that the way the treaties are remembered after the 1760s, it changes from generation to generation. Now, you may not agree with this, but that's because the historical context in which people receive memories will change. And so the treaties begin to take a life of their own. They're organic, just like the British North America Act is an organic document, as is the 1982 Constitution. So the Mi'kmaq treaties are organic documents in which they're being constantly reinterpreted and remembered in different ways. But the core remains. That's what I would say. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
And you want to start with questions now? Sure. Any questions? And anybody on the live web, type your questions on the upper right-hand corner where that blank is, and we'll get to questions.
I'll just start it off just because I was able to read your book on Gabriel Syliboy and the 1929, his case where the Sydney courts ruled that the Mi'kmaq treaties were not valid. Can you give us a little bit of your understanding of what the Mi'kmaq knew in 1929 about? You say the Mi'kmaq remembered. What was the Mi'kmaq? What did the Mi'kmaq remember about the treaties from the position with your book on Gabriel Syliboy in 1929, our Grand Chief at that time? What was the Mi'kmaq understanding about the treaties? And could you talk a little bit about that book and that piece of knowledge for us?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Jaime. I think that it's not, we don't know completely, but we have a good sense. And in fact, Sagish Henderson was, as I understand it, was one of found the court testimony of the 6 elders, or 5 elders, and then Ben Christmas, who testified in that particular court case. And so what we have there are 5 individuals, including Grand Chief Gabriel Syliboy, and then 4 individuals between the ages of 70 and 78 who testify about what they remember about the treaties, what their parents and what their grandparents had told them. And then we have Ben Christmas, who's quite a bit younger, who's from the King's Road Reserve. He also testifies in that particular case, but I think his testimony is a little different. What's important about that is the 4 people between the ages of 70 and 78 who testify. Because if you take it that they're testifying in 1928, in July 1st of 1928, if you go back, that means that they were born beginning in 1850, down to 1858. So in other words, this is before Confederation that they're born. And they heard from their parents and their grandparents about the treaties. And that's really, really interesting. Because these 4 men, they don't read and they don't write English. That means that everything that they have in their head had to have come. It's not been, let me start again. So everything that they're thinking comes from oral testimony. It doesn't come from the written page. Now, Gabriel Syliboy does write English, and he reads English. I know that. But I don't think he does it perfectly, because his principal means of communication and understanding the world is it's in Mi'kmaq. All of these men speak Mi'kmaq. They speak it in the court. And so they actually have to have a translator in the court. So if we take those 4 men, and then what they're saying is, I heard from my father. I heard from my grandfather. This is what I was told, that we were given a free rein to hunt and fish whenever we wanted. That's what my grandfather told me. My grandfather told me that the Indian agent would take care of us. My grandfather told me that they would set up a school for us. That's what my grandfather said. So it's one of these rare historical documents, and that you find. It's in the archives. Sort of Sagish found it, and so there it is. Now, the importance of that is that we have something we can actually point to and say, there, right then, we have an understanding from these people what they said. It may be imperfect, but it tells us something. And that would lead me to my next point, which is that's why it's so critically important for the generation which is now in their 60s and 70s and 80s to get their knowledge, to get their understanding of what they were told by their parents and grandparents down into tape. That's so important, because that information is going to be lost. For instance, when Joby talks about the founding of the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, we need to know that for future generations. What happened in 1969? What happened in 1970? What happened in 1971? That is really important. And what do they remember, his generation remember, about what their parents told them? Because if you don't do it, it's going to be lost. You know, did anybody talk to Noel Doucette? Do we have Noel Doucette on tape? Do we have Alec Danny on tape? Do we have those things? I don't know. And where are they? Because you want these people 70 years from now to be able to sit here with you and they're listening to those people. Because even though they're gone, they're in those next generation's hearts, and that's important.
Okay. This one is from Jim Maloney, and he writes saying that treaties are not only about our hunting and fishing rights, which are for the most part have been depleted by commercial private property owners, but should be about the compensation for loss and use of our abilities to hunt and gather like we used to for a moderate livelihood. We need to stop thinking that our compensation monies will go into the white man's bank and we will continue to live on Crown land on reservations as wards of the government with no clothes and a flat screen TV. We need to have control of all provincial Crown lands and compensation for loss and sale of those lands that are private and commercially held. The word of this property and our resources to hundreds of billions of dollars. It's time to talk seriously about these issues. Governments want to talk for another 150 years. We buried thousands of Mi'kmaq people past now, no hope for the future generations. We need to put an end to this now. And I think the question Jim is making, is the government now using dialogue as a form of oppression? Would you answer that?
I'm an historian. I'll let Eric and Joby talk about that, and Viola. I think, isn't that fair? Yeah. I'll let Viola, Viola can answer that.
We have a lot of our negotiators.
Okay, yes, they're right here in the room and they'll be able to answer that question. I think that's a fair.
Yeah.
Could you introduce yourself and...
I'm Sherry Pictou. I'm from the Altatook First Nation, Bear River First Nation, also a PhD candidate at Dalhousie. And perhaps I should have saved my comments for the negotiators because it's just a couple of observations, basically. Number one, with the we talk about how our understanding of the treaties changed throughout time. And number one, in 1999, I know there's two interpretations of the Marshall decision in this room. And one of them is that while the whole fight that Marshall led to have access to the commercial fisheries, there is a difference of opinion in this room. Was it to have access to the commercial fisheries or to develop our own livelihood fishery? And there's two communities in the room. And that reference, Marshall decision affirmed 1760-61 treaties valid and established Mi'kmaq rights to the commercial fisheries, really nullifies the position of Bucknakeag and Bear River. I just wanted to point that out because it's basically saying that Bear River and Bucknakeag, your interpretation of that decision doesn't count. So I just want to say that. A couple of other things was that it seems like the focus of all these treaties in the opening comments and the speakers focused on the industrialization, the trade, and this is why the treaties were made. And in that sense, I think Mr. Maloney is correct in saying that in that sense today, nothing much has changed because there is a perception that treaties are now about commodification, it's about access to the resources and so forth. Having said that, I would really like to challenge this treaty education initiative to look at some of the broader relations. And I think, Mr. Wicken, as you had said, one of those is to try to look at what was the process to them coming forward to signing those treaties. It wasn't a matter of just representatives showing up. My understanding is that there was a lot of inner communities, if you will, or the inner Mi'kmaq dialogue. Grand Council would probably have a lot to offer that. And the second thing was Asage had mentioned, and I think this is so really, really important. He said to focus on what is the Mi'kmaq perspective of peace, friendship, and protection. what would have been our perspective, and what is our perspective throughout time? And I think that's really, really important. What was the process from a Mi'kmaq concept of keeping our treaties? Who were the treaty keepers? How did the Grand Council tell orally throughout, our wampum belts? And I think that's so important, because if we do not do that, then we have commodified the treaties, and we do not look at these other relational understandings that the Mi'kmaq had to reach out to other Canadians as treaty partners. And so that's just a couple of things that I wanted to point out. Thank you so much. And oh, by the way, this is Sherry Picton. There's no way reflect on Bear River First Nation.
All statements made by Sherry are those of the speaker, and not necessarily those of. We do have to get to our next speaker, so very short.
Yeah, you mentioned, when the negotiations started at the time, the treaties were discussed in 1758 to 61, you mentioned, and you said there were Mi'kmaq and British, and spoke their language, and didn't have any understanding. And they had interpreters, and who were those interpreters? Were they priests, or were they Mi'kmaq who learned English? And I'm just wondering how the communication happened, and was there any miscommunication? Were they forced by the British with the burden? And because even still today, we still have those discussions with always the government have their language, and we have our own language of burden. And obviously, we have lawyers today to discuss whatever decisions need to be made. So I'm wondering way back, who was making all, who was doing all that? Is it documented? Who are these people?
That's a good question, and it's really central to how they come to be constructed. One of the things with the historical record is it's pretty scant, so we don't have any documents in either in English and French which would give us a verbatim transcript of what was said at those treaty negotiations and discussions, with the exception of one discussion between the Maliseet and the British in 1789, in which we have a better and more extensive transcript. Oftentimes, the only thing we have is the mention of a discussion and a summation of what was said in those discussions. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that sometimes we know the identity of the individuals who are translating. For instance, at Annapolis Royal in June of 1726, the translator is Prudhon Robichaud, who is an Acadian and who has, I think one generation back, his family with somebody from the Mi'kmaq community. On top of that, we also have individuals from the Mi'kmaq community, and particularly at La Have, in that area along the South Shore, who have intermarried, and they become leaders within their own communities. So the Muse family, for instance, are prominent from that region, and some of their members are present at the Annapolis ratification in 1726. As we go forward into the other treaties, particularly in 1760, there are at the ceremony at Belcher's Farm here in Halifax, I shouldn't say here in Halifax, I guess we're in Dartmouth, but over in Halifax, on June 25th, 1761, the individual who is translating is Father Maillard, who is a French priest. Now, what he says, we have some idea what is said by the British, so the Mi'kmaq are more likely to sign or make their mark next to the treaty. So does that answer your question? Okay.
But not all treaties. I'm just referring to Joe, and there was one treaty I remember looking at out of Louisburg, and that was about 1720. So 3 languages were in that one. Anyway, moving on. We have our next presenter, Joe B. Marshall, who's the Senior Mi'kmaq Advisor for the Mi'kmaq Rights Initiative. And Joe has been quite active with He was one of the, I'd say, 4 or 5 really major people who got the Union of Nova Scotia Indians started way back in the early 70s. He's worked with the Union in various capacities as a researcher with Don Julian, who's now the head of CMM. So it's interesting how every community needs warriors. And I always felt that Joe was a warrior, not only for the time he was in the Air Force, but also for our community. And he's carried the pen as his sword. In 1993, he graduated with his law degree at Dell. And since that time, he's been very active teaching at the university, teaching our young people about what we're talking about now. And I think that's important. That has to be carried forward. So, Joe Marshall from, do we say the Union of Nova Scotia Indians still? Yes, Executive Director.
Thank you, John. I guess I'm supposed to talk about the development of the Union of Nova Scotia Indians and maybe go into some of the reasons why it was started. But I too would like to make one comment, just one, on the treaties that have been presented so far. And it's that what the Mi'kmaq thought the treaties were, people are trying to fathom that. I think a good place to start is with what the Mi'kmaq called the treaties in their own language. And that word is Anku Gamkewel. It's a plural form. Anku Gamkewe is the singular form. But no one has been able to fully translate what it means. But if you go with the syllables that are used to form that word, it would lead you to think that it means something that allows someone else to join a group. And I would imagine that was that the British signers and negotiators were looking to join the Mi'kmaq nation, which existed here already for thousands of years and was just a bit being recognized by them as a nation worthy of treating with, signing treaties with them. So if they thought of us as a nation, then we were thinking that they wanted to join our nation. A lot of us also know that from reading and research, there are 7 districts in Mi'kma'ki, and someone joining those 7 districts could very easily be the 8th district. And we can almost tell when the 8-pointed star began to be used in Mi'kmaq art and basket making, quill box making, to show a star with 8 points. So just a little bit of research into one word can tell you a lot about what the Mi'kmaq thought of themselves and their treaties with whoever. because we already know that they didn't just sign treaties with the British, even though the British wanted them to, and even though the Canadian government has always wanted us not to have signed treaties with anyone else. I guess so it would be easier to forget that there are any treaties at all. They didn't even include those treaties or discussion of them in their British North America Act in 1867, where we find the foundation of the 1876 Indian Act. In the British North America Act, the federal government of Canada took responsibility for Indians in Canada and lands reserved for Indians. And it has since been made known to them that it was a fiduciary responsibility, a legal responsibility, an obligation that they have to always carry with them. And the way that they decided to implement that obligation was through legislation, an Indian Act of the federal government. So they more or less left the Mi'kmaq in Nova Scotia by themselves to continue to try and make a living and a way of life from what was being left behind by all the settlement that was going on. Calling themselves colonizers, when they had come to join. So it wasn't until perhaps 1964 when the federal government's Indian Affairs Department began to recognize that there were band councils in the provinces like Nova Scotia, and that those band councils were the government of each band, and they saw that it would be a good idea, a brownie point for them, if they helped those band councils to carry on their government. So the first thing that they decided to do to help the bands was provide a few dollars for a band secretary, someone to record the discussions at band council meetings. So we have the beginnings of band council administration, someone recording the meetings. Then around 1968, perhaps 67, they asked the chiefs to form themselves into a maritime advisory council in the three maritime provinces, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. And they would meet periodically with that advisory council. But it wasn't long before the chiefs realized that here was an opportunity for them to make known to the federal government's Indian Affairs Department what their needs were in their communities. For example, in housing, in social assistance, education, you name it. So when they pressed the issue that they wanted to be sitting down with the Indian Affairs Department when they were deliberating housing, for example. The regional director at the time explained to them that that's all they were, an advisory council, not decision makers, and that they should stay as advisory council. And that was when the leadership started to get a bit annoyed with the Department of Indian Affairs. And they decided that they should begin their own organization to represent them, that they should work together as an organization. So they gathered a number of us. I think we were almost 8 in the group, and said to us that we should begin the organization of a voice for the leadership in Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq leadership. And that was when we started the Union of Nova Scotia Indians. It was incorporated in 1969 and as a society. And it was also the same year that Canada's white paper policy came out. And what Canada decided then to do when their white paper was announced was to provide funding to Indian organizations like the Union of Nova Scotia Indians to sell that white paper to their own people in the communities. Only what the Union of Nova Scotia Indians did with the money they got from the federal government to do that was to organize our communities around the Union of Nova Scotia Indians and around their leadership. And we began researching Aboriginal title and rights, which were considered at the time to be priorities by the chiefs of Nova Scotia. And by 1976, we put together a document that was the position paper of the Union of Nova Scotia Indians about our Aboriginal title and rights. And we presented that to a Minister of Indian Affairs by the name of Warren Almond. However, a year later, it took a year for the government to tell us what they thought of that position paper. And that's when you start hearing that infamous statement from the government that our treaties and our rights had been superseded by law. But the government only said that to us after there had been a decision in the Supreme Court of Canada on an Aboriginal title case called Nishka. In which the court decided that the Nishka did not have Aboriginal title. But it was one of those cases that was decided on what they call a technicality. You know, and as silly as it sounds, but it's legitimate in the courts. The Nishka didn't ask the Attorney General of British Columbia if they could take their case to the Supreme Court of Canada. And that was the technicality. Where there were 7 judges, 3 of them denied Aboriginal title to the Nisga'a. The other three agreed that they did have it at one time or another, even though they didn't have it now. The seventh judge was the one who brought out the technicality, and that's what their decision ended up being based on. So it was after that the government of Canada got very brave. Indian Affairs Department got very brave, and they said to us, "You don't have rights anymore. Your rights were superseded by law." And we fought with them for about 10 years over that phrase. But they wouldn't listen to us in that 10-year period. So we began taking our cases to court. And the first one that was taken on by the union was the Isaac case. Stephen Isaac was charged for hunting off reserve, and they told him he shouldn't have been. He should only have been hunting on reserve. But he finally won his case in the appeal court of Nova Scotia. And the reason why they decided in favor of Stephen Isaac and his hunting was something taken from the Royal Proclamation of 1763. And then 10 years later, after a lot of research by the union, and I suppose a lot of legal research by Saugage Henderson, Bruce Wildsmith, Eric Shiley, they won a case in court called the Simon case, 1985, which stated that Mi'kmaq could hunt in Nova Scotia, in all of Nova Scotia, not just on the reserves. And that was followed up by what was called the Denny Paul Silboy case, which was a fishing case based on Aboriginal rights. And that was won in the courts, followed later by the two Marshall decisions in 1999. And in all that time, the Union of Nova Scotia Indians supported the legal research and the litigation process for those cases, and were ones that we won in court. Very often the highest court in Canada. But then the chiefs of Nova Scotia began another phase of their development as leaders. You know, back in 1969 and 70, it wasn't an easy task to get the chiefs and the Mi'kmaq leaders to accept leadership, to take on the role and responsibility of chiefs and leaders. It was very difficult. You couldn't convince them that they could be chiefs for their communities and also members of a board to run an organization like the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, where they would deliberate together, where they would go to the government and make demands together. It wasn't an easy job. And it has been developing in stages since then. And what we have today, we call an Assembly of Nova Scotia Chiefs. And I think that is what we've saved for Dr. Viola Robinson when she makes her presentation. It's all I have to say anyway. Thank you.
Do we have questions? Hey, kun go to when it. I was just looking at the school room at Luzwana. Anku, I was an Uncle Gamkowil. Gamkowil. Uncle Gamkowil. Depawi must. And you say that's a treaty, and you break it down. You're looking inwards to your values, your beliefs, your worldview. And it's interesting, Bernie used another word to talk about a law itself, Debludan and Dod, which is really a reference to a document that is properly transcribed. And it's two different things, two different questions, Ms. Goodman. The issue that you're talking about is to the first one. What's your worldview? What is right? And what is right really depends on the group at that moment, you know. If you believe slavery is okay, hey, that's your worldview at that moment. And they had some strange worldviews. Any questions? Jaime, you had a question. We're going to have to say, Jaime, give somebody else a chance.
Okay. I have to ask this to get this on the record, or else it won't be on the record, as Bill said, if I don't ask. So, in 1929, when they said, the courts said that Gabriel Syllaboy, his treaties, Mi'kmaq treaties weren't valid, the Mi'kmaq government wasn't valid. Basically, what, you know, they basically, the court said that there was no treaties, there was no government. Yet 40 years, 40 years later, in 1969, a group of, leaders still got together and said, we're going to pursue these treaties. Why do you think, after 40 years of being told, your treaties aren't worth anything, why do you think the leaders still held on to that belief that our treaties were valid and that we could win when it comes to Mi'kmaq rights? And why were they able to hold on for those 40 years, the Mi'kmaq really, to these treaties, despite being told that by government that there were none?
Well, I think as Dr. Wicken explained to you earlier, they were taught that. That's the way they were brought up. They were raised by their parents and grandparents, by their uncles, all the elders in the communities, that treaties are sacred. And when they were taught some of the terms of the treaties that could be remembered by elders, then it was explained to them those treaties were sacred, that they were between two nations, that they had to do with surviving. I mean, we also are told that there was so much hunting going on in this area of the country, especially in Nova Scotia, that fur-bearing animals, a lot of the species of those were extinct. A lot of others were so depleted that you couldn't depend on them anymore for a livelihood, a way of life. So it was for them the treaties that guaranteed they would carry on their way of life. They made sure when they negotiated and signed those treaties that that was put in there. That's why you find especially in the 1752 treaty, they were agreeing that that treaty was forever, that it would continue on, and that future generations would be protected by it. Their livelihood would be protected by it. They would be able to survive. And those were concerns, and I would think concern enough to make something like a treaty be sacred. So that's why they remembered. The culture was what we call today an oral tradition. Nothing was written down, but everything was remembered. And there were, what John's talking about, ways to remember. Ulnapskuk. Those were aids to a person's memory. Strings of beads are descriptive because they used pictures. Anything else?
Any other questions? And could you say your name, title, where you're from, and
Jeanette Peterson from Knoxville First Nation.
Eric.
I've been. Jeanette Peterson from Knoxville First Nation. I really like to present this what I'm hearing, and it's really educational. It's a long time coming, and our treaties are very important because it's our major defense against the Constitution, which says that we're not even equal before and under the law yet. It says we are supposed to be, we're not. I keep harping on that. And also, I was always, as you know, I've been harping on the 1969 white paper, which I'm very proud that it's been brought up today. The treaties are really our defense against all of that. And our treaty, it shows us that it's very powerful treaties. And I'm hopeful that this is going to continue in the classroom so our future generation will learn now. And I think education is the key to all our students that are in universities and post-secondary and elementary and high school. I think now's the time when they're getting older and learning, and now's the time to educate them so we have our future leaders, so we have our future lawyers, and so we can, after we retire, we have our future generations bringing forth all this information and continue fighting. I know Viola Robinson for years, we've been fighting. I lost my rights when I married my husband, he's Danish. And it was like the treaties, it was the Union of Nova Scotia Indians started, and then in 1974 and 75, you had the Native Women's Association started up, you had the Native Council of Nova Scotia fight. It's all these Native organizations that started up, I noticed after Union of Nova Scotia Indians. And then you mentioned 8 were there to start it, with all the Mi'kmaq nations here. Imagine the significance of just 8 people that brought everything together, encompassing everything. It's so wonderful to hear that. And I didn't know that when Union of Nova Scotia Indians started up, I probably in my high school years. But just to be there, to see 8 people, to make a change, what come about today. I wish I was there with the 8 people. How significant that would have been. I think that would have been just history right there, the 8. And I think somehow that should be recognized by the chiefs. And I'm so proud just to stay up and just to say that. And I welcome, it's good, Joe, that you've been fighting for Mi'kmaq rights over the years. And keep up the good work.
Thank you.
uh,
Oh, there you are.
a question? Andrew? We do see, that one. One Gil.
A question for
One Gil, okay.
Just a summation to Jaime's question too, just for the fact that in 1929, when our Grand Chief was convicted, was found guilty at the time, but a year later, when we look at our history, our dark history of not only the Mi'kmaq but all Aboriginal peoples in Canada, that's when the residential school started here in Nova Scotia, in Shubenacadie. So it ran until 1960s. I don't know if it's 67 or I'm not sure, but looking at the tradition, the oral tradition, and so forth, that's one of the reasons why it wasn't, the treaties weren't talked about. But the fact is, when you look at our leader, our Grand Chief being prosecuted, would that happen to the King of Britain, President of the United States, Prime Minister of Canada? Even though they're all under oath, we have to take that into perspective in telling the children our story. That's why this treaty education booklet that we're starting is so vital to all of Mi'kmaq. And I had to mention that. Well, I do.
Can I ask, there's one thing that really has bothered me in the past few years, Joe, and what has happened is that you mentioned that back when the union started, you were given money to basically implement a position of the government, and instead use those dollars to come up with a different position of how to fight against that activity. Is that, and you're able to use dollars from the government because you kind of worked around. One of the things that happened, I think they just started that, I'd say about 2-3 years ago with this government, is by telling organizations you can't use program dollars for advocacy. And as a consequence, AFN was gutted out. They lost a lot of their people. A lot of our organizations also lost some of their personnel because you can't do any advocacy work. You're supposed to just be involved in the program management. You respond to that. Is that another way they're limiting their voice to?
They've always made it known to us that any monies we got from the federal government for the Union of Nova Scotia Indians and other organizations, that we were not to use those monies for litigation. And what John is referring to in the last few years that's happened is that the union has to have laid off, and we did that, our legal advisor. We had a litigator on staff by the name of Doug Brown. So we assigned Doug Brown to other duties in the union and in the communities, but he didn't stop his litigation. He's continuing with the cases that he started and is still in court with them under what the legal profession calls pro bono, free of charge. So if you want to talk about Mi'kmaq warriors, there's one, a real warrior. Without charge, he's doing that work and continuing in the courts to fight for those clients that he had while he was acting as a litigator. So they are, John, and always have been telling us we can't use any of the monies we get to run the organizations as litigation funds. But I think that you could say over the last 40 years or so, the Union of Nova Scotia Indians has been disobedient.
So civil disobedience is a good thing. Elizabeth Ann had a question. Dalai stepped out. Any more questions? Again, could I ask this question to mention your name and your...
I don't want to be like Jaime, but I mean, we both have an interest in this. Yes, Sherry Pictou again from Bear River First Nation. Joe, I want to thank you. One of the most wonderful teachings you gave me today is that word. And I hope that you record that somewhere on the Mi'kmaq language sites for us who have lost our language and so forth, that we can learn that word. It is the most powerful concept and gift that I think you could give us at this point. And the reason why I'm saying this is because there's a lot of, even though I'm interdisciplinary, I seem to run across a lot of anthropologists and so forth, that with different Indigenous people across Canada that have that concept that we are letting you, we are sharing the land with you, we are letting you here. And the theory goes that if to deny that, if other Canadians deny that, then they have to accept that they are on territory that they either took by discovery or conquest. But that doesn't add up, and I know that Bill Wickham speaks to this in one of these books, because otherwise, why make the treaties? Why were the treaties made? Because if you were under conquest and you were discovered, well then there was no reason to make the treaties, because you wouldn't. And I just wanted to say that, and the other thing is just to acknowledge the role of women. Recently, we were told that Mi'kmaq women were so strong, that's why a lot of Mi'kmaq men married white women. And it was so terrible. And we were told that. And I know that people in this room know which conference that happened at. And I just wanted to acknowledge some of the female chiefs on the way. Chief Rachel Marshall, my own grandmother, Chief Fiona Pictou, and a lot of the strong women leadership that came up. Do not forget their role. And I truly believe that maybe the Europeans looked at us as patriarchal, but when you talk to some of the women that wives of the Grand Council members, you discover who is really running the show. I just wanted to say that.
The big mom women are ready to
We have about 10 minutes left.
Can I ask a question?
Dr. Whitten. Introduce yourself and...
Okay, so I'm Bill Wicken. So I got two questions, and one is, can you remember the names of the people who were at that meeting in 1969, the chiefs or the leaders? Second question is, I've heard that, and I think this is several years ago, I heard this from Fred Bean, right? Who's now retired from Dell. But there was a meeting up in Liscombe Lodge in the late 1970s of leaders, and they mapped out a strategy about some of the litigation, and which led to the Simon and then to Marshall. Do you recall that meeting and what it was about? Or do you know anything about that? So those are two questions.
I'm sorry, but I wasn't there
Oh, okay.
at that one meeting.
But you recall there was a meeting up at Liscombe Lodge?
Not in the 70s, I recall one in the 80s.
Oh, maybe it was the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was when they talked about the idea of having Mi'kmaq MLAs in the province of Nova Scotia legislature. But there was a debate because one group of people wanted them to be full-fledged MLAs of the province of Nova Scotia, loyal to their parties and the rest of it. The other group wanted them to be something different. At one point, someone called them saying that they should be treaty delegates in the legislature. But the whole debate was never resolved. So we just continued on with trying to develop Mi'kmaq leadership, which is what we're doing today. You know, and it's a continuing story.
Thanks.
Could you identify yourself? Go ahead.
Chief Rob Dewey, Waikana. A little more information on that session that took place at Whiskey Lodge. There was also a Whiskey Lodge where the idea of us having our own jurisdiction over our children, Micmac Family Service, that was an idea that was born there too. And also, I think the idea of us taking responsibility for our own education. So we've been to MK. So a lot of these ideas that were discussed back then at Whiskey Lodge have today become reality. We have the Micmac Family Services, we have MK, we have other organizations which sort of branched, which were discussed back then. There were ideas like today we're discussing the idea of treaty education. Whiskey Lodge, these were some of the things that were discussed, and which led us to having some of these organizations that we have today. And I think it was late Noel Doucette was the driving force behind a lot of these discussions. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to share that information. Thank you.
I just got to add to what the chief said, Sherry picked up Bear River. There is a report on that Liscum Lodge meeting, and it was with Fred Ween, if it's the same one that I remember. And what I remember about it was a historical moment, because during that meeting, the Grand Chief, Donald Marshall Sr., drove to Spring Hill to get his son out of prison, or it was around that time, or that's when the first meeting that Donald Marshall Jr. joined us at. I just wanted to add that.
I just want to add to the leaders around the room, don't be afraid to get up and tell your stories of what you remember. If you don't do that, who's going to remember? That's why we're videotaping this, that's why we're recording it. It's because we need the next generation to understand what your understanding was on that. So if you feel like, I know I look around the room, there's a lot of years of experience on with Mi'kmaq advocacy. I look at Alec Christmas, don't hesitate to come to the mic and tell your story of what you recall and what you remember, or what your parents had told you, or what your grandparents had told you. We have plenty of time on our agenda for discussion, for conversation, for question. That's what we're here to do. We're here to capture these stories. So,
Elik, we go muksine, nanige. We go muksine.
Chief Leroy, Chairman MK, for all the speakers, I guess, for the question, and you guys talk about the history, gave us a good, nice overview. But during that, ever since 1610 and to today, and to the modern times, with these treaties and all the treaties that were happening, the covenant chain of treaties through the years, it wasn't normal living for the Mi'kmaq at the time. It was a huge struggle. Other Mi'kmaq people died, struggled, molested, and just knowing my history, going Joel B's classes at university, 1725, there were over 25,000 Mi'kmaq, almost the same number of population with the settlers at the time. But those 100 years, probably almost 90% of the population was wiped out. But during those times, there were treaties signed. There was relationship happening, and they said, yeah, we're going to have these treaties, peace treaties. But along the way, thousands and thousands of Mi'kmaq died. And look at the 1800s, there was wartime. There were, even in the United States in 1812, all the Native Americans were chased off of their reservations, and because it was an order. So they had wars, and I believe we had wars too as well. So 1900s and more, the Duncan Campbell Scott, how we want to eliminate started the residential school, how they felt that they should to turn Mi'kmaq into white. And those were the words that to get rid of the Indian child. So, and that damaged as well, and to this day. So, this document, what we're doing here, our focus here is to, as leadership, with the help from our treaty experts, we need this document out there in the education system. So it's really important that we set the tone and let the people know about what our people went through. And so it's important that we know that history, even because we're continuously learning about the history, because a lot of it, you know, I mentioned Wilkinson here, that, I wouldn't mind, I never seen a live document of a treaty before. I never did. Does it exist? I wouldn't mind seeing one in my own eyes, even just to touch it. Is there a, because it's a sacred treaty, we have that document?
Joe, do you want
Go ahead.
to? What we have is we only have archival documents, that is, they're on microfilm. There is, these are copies of documents. So when the treaties went back, when they were sent to London, that they would have been sent by the Lieutenant Governor or the Governor of Nova Scotia. And then there, the original would have always been on vellum, which was a tough, but so we think there are vellum copies, and then there's other copies which would have been made on huge parchments. And this is really sheepskin. That's what they would have been original made of. That would have been the original. And so as each leader came up to the table, they would make their mark next to their name, which was written in English, and then in some cases in the 1726 ratification, they set their totems, their sign, of how they recognized themselves and were recognized by their people. So the original of the parchment, we don't have anymore, and that was probably kept here and then eventually destroyed. Now we think that copies were given to the leaders to take back to their communities. In 1826, we have a reference to that. But again, we don't have any copies. They were kept within the Mi'kmaq community and eventually probably just were lost or destroyed. So I think that at the Nova Scotia Archives here in Halifax, there is a copy of one treaty which is on the original vellum, and that dates from 1749, I believe. I saw it years and years ago. So there is one original, but all the rest you can just see on microfilm. You know, the other side of this, and as I think what Sagish was mentioning before, and then Jogi was mentioning again, is then we have the wampum belts. Now up until 1935, I think we have a picture of Andrew Alec, who was the Grand Captain of the Grand Council. There's a couple of pictures of Alec with those wampum belts, aren't there? And we don't know what happened to those either. I think that's... So, but anyway, so as I was saying, you know, my email address is in the booklet. If people email me, I'll send them, you know, my archival copies, and then we also have, of course, written copies, and those are all available, easily available.
No more doubting Thomases, right? Anyway, if there are no more questions, Elik, mo gamaso na na mo wagay. About your early days. Challenge you all see me. Get you walking in the down you. Oh, it's okay.
Just briefly to Bill,
I'd ask you to go again. This is for the benefit of our web audience.
just trying to run me out of my old age. But Sherry Pictou, an interesting for Bill, when you look at the testimony of Grand Chief Sillaboy, and it's a wonderful testimony with these actual words, and though I don't know who was transcribed or whatever, it was sort of in broken English, but he makes reference that he had a treaty. And I wonder if that was a copy of a treaty or what have you. And it's such a beautiful little passage that comes out in the Testament testimony, in the sense that he knew this warden wasn't aware of the treaty, so he wasn't going to, fight him on it. But he makes reference. He said, "I have a copy that I could show." And I just wanted to ask that briefly, if you knew anything more about that, or was that just the testimony? Because he makes reference to having a copy.
Yeah, that's a good question. It is that.
Did you steal the documents?
No. All right. All right, you finally caught me.
We hear stories. I've heard stories where people went to the archives and said later, "Oh, I got here's the source."
So Grand Chief Gabriel Silva, he certainly has a copy of the treaty, and he talks about this a lot, and we believe that there at Chapel Island, historically from the 1760s down to the 1920s, when that gathering occurs, that the treaty is sort of trotted out, and the wampum belt is brought out at that moment as well, and the treaty is read. And we think that it was read in Mi'kmaq. So Andrew Alec, he's got the wampum belt, and he's talking about what it means. And obviously he received it from the previous Grand Captain going back into the Grand Council. Buddhist, sorry, yes, yeah, Buddhist, yes. So as well, do they have an English copy of the treaty? I think they do as well. They've got that as well. And it's during that time period, the 1930s, that it seems like perhaps during centralization, the attempted effort by the Canadian government to centralize all the Mi'kmaq at Shubenacadie and Eskasoni, that's possibly when those documents disappear. But we don't know. So that's one of the reasons why going back in the communities, anybody who remembers anything doing those oral history projects, they are really, really important, because you may find out that kind of stuff. Who knows?
And I'm going to end it at that, and we're...
I just want to pass along a story that was told to me by Grand Chief Gabriel Silvo's grandson. And the fact that when Grand Chief was charged, he was actually taking the blame for Dahamkagoa, for people from Newfoundland, Mi'kmaq from Newfoundland, who were there trapping, just for the fact that in 1929, Newfoundland wasn't recognized as a province, and the fact that they could be deported to Newfoundland. So he took the rap at that time. So it's important to note the fact that Mi'kmaq territory, we've always said, goes all the way up to St. Pierre de Miquelon, is what my father told me. And it's important to pass along those stories. That way our kids know.
Thank you. On that note, it's about 10 after 12. Let's break for lunch. And Abjidal is about 1 o'clock. And we'll get rolling again. And this afternoon, huh? Okay. If you look at your agenda and say, where is the agenda? I'm usually well prepared for this. Okay. 12:30. When we come back, so we'll probably bump that up to about 20 to 1. We'll have the review of the treaty education video. And we'll start there. Lunch is outside. Don't run away. Hello, hello, hello. Nuruin? Okay, Jaime, you want to turn the sound on? Hello, folks. Howdy, Big. We're going to be watching a video. It's on treaty education. For those of you on the web who are watching it, go to YouTube and it's Barry Bernard IE. Or Barry IE. And if you look for the YouTube, just look, you could probably find under treaty education too, Will. So give that a shot. Go for it. If one of you guys can post the address where that video is at online so that you can just set it up as a direct link.
Okay.
I was going to get some pie. Blueberry stuff.
Mi'kmaq treaty education is not just about the written text. It is what was agreed by our ancestors more than 250 years ago. But it is much more than that. This has to be in the school system of Nova Scotia, where all Nova Scotians, all the kids in the Maritimes and Mi'kmaq territory learn about our treaties. They will be the future leaders. We always talk about our children as the future leaders. Well, Nova Scotia has future leaders too.
One day he said, I'm tired of this. If they're gonna catch me, I'm gonna let them catch you. They can charge me and I'm gonna find out what happens. So that day happened, and I happened to be a counselor, and I remember some individuals coming down from Hunamagi here, from the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, saying, Tom got charged, do you think we should proceed with this court case? I said, yeah, I think they should, and I think we should see if we can fight this and get some kind of recognition for a treaty right or something. So they did. And it was a part of the Denny Paul Silvoy case. And that's when I first started learning about treaties.
So I just wanted to say that there's a couple of things that I always teach when I do my work. And one is that all of us have to go through a process of what I call deconstructing. We have to deconstruct the European, Eurocentric superiority thinking. Where did they get that thinking? How did they get that thinking? And what is it that we are going to refuse about that thinking? So part of it is to develop the awareness and a critique of Eurocentric colonial bias and racialized negative discourses over time. We also need to examine our Constitution, the laws, the policies, the history, and the differential treatment and resources to Aboriginal peoples to see how colonialism and discrimination, bias, prejudice, discrimination, and racism are embedded within those systems.
That treaty education is part of treaty implementation, or implementing the constitutional imperative. And the province has a key role in the public affairs to now address the Micmac treaties and how they're interrelated and protected all the Micmac way of life through time and now as constitutional rights. So the public has to understand, and the province has to live up to their constitutional obligations of implementing treaties in Nova Scotia in the public school systems.
It is only through the recognition of the treaty relationship that we have been able to coexist the generations of our ancestral Mi'kmaq lands. And it is only through education about our treaty relationship that we can create mutual understanding of all Nova Scotians in future.
When I hear treaty education, I only think of one treaty that I'm aware of, most aware of, and that's the treaty that we celebrate every year, 1752, and that's a peace treaty. And when I heard the conversation by others that there are many treaties in Nova Scotia, that's sort of an awakening for me.
I think it's important that treaties are recognized for all Canadians and recognized that they are protected under our Constitution, but also very important that there's different treaties across Canada and that students have an understanding that treaty rights are actually rights. Treaties were not made with minority groups or special interest groups. They were made for nation to nation. So I think the basic foundation of what a treaty relationship is very important for students to understand.
Education, these treaties that our people signed back in the whatever days, 1700s, are not only our treaties. These treaties also belong to the people that reside in Nova Scotia, the non-natives, because it was their ancestors that signed these treaties with our ancestors, and because of these treaties, they were allowed to settle. They were allowed to settle into our lands, and also they were allowed to flourish.
We are all treaty peoples. Every person has a responsibility to learn and to teach treaty education to generate a better Nova Scotia for us all.
I'm a treaty person, and we are all treaty people.
We are all treaty people, and we are all treaty people.
I'm a treaty person. I think we're all treaty people.
We are all treaty people.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon of the Treaty Education Summit. This video we had made for us with cooperation from Mi'kmaq Ganama Office of Aboriginal Affairs, Nova Scotia Department of Education, and Nineneway Video did the editing. And I think it makes a really good point that we're trying to encourage within the province, and it was started in Saskatchewan, is that we're all treaty people. And I think Chief Rod did a really good job of kind of saying how we need Nova Scotians to realize that we're all part of this treaty and that we've all flourished, some more than others, as a result of these treaties. The background there was done from the Treaty Education Workshop. A few of you were there March 3rd and 4th. I see Carrie, I see Jeff, who helped facilitate it. Andle was there, as well as Leroy. And later on today, we'll be going over the recommendations that were made at that facilitation, but as well give chiefs an opportunity to let us know what they would like to see more of in treaty education moving forward. But this afternoon, we're going to move from a little bit of the history timeline from where Joe B. had mentioned the Union of Nova Scotia Indians formation and how we began treaty litigation. And we have a video from Bruce Wilesmith. He did a pre-recorded video as well on tab, I believe it is 5. There's a brief 4 or 5 page that really gives an introduction of where we've come in terms of litigating on our treaties. And then Eric will follow up, Eric Giley, on where we've been, and then Viola this afternoon. So I'm going to play the video that Bruce made. But before I did that, I asked, before the break, there was a question asked about the founding 8 people that Joe B. had mentioned that helped start the Union of Nova Scotia Indians and helped guide some of this strategy forward on treaty implementation, treaty litigation, and this strategy of moving forward past what we had in the Syllaboy case. And if I could ask just Joe B. In a bit just to come up and tell us a little bit about who these people were, and just so that we have it on official documentation and video, so that we can not only remember them, but as our National Chief Perry Bilgar would say, lift these people up for what they accomplished. Joe?
It's like asking some retired hockey player, who did you play with in 1942?
The Supreme Court.
20 other people, you know. But on that organizing committee, we had Noel Doucette, Alec Denny, John Knockwood, Stan Johnson, myself, Roy Gould, Reg Maloney, and Greg Johnson. Those are the names.
So without further ado, please.
Well, I got involved shortly after. Well, I got involved shortly after I graduated from law school. Back in those days, there weren't any courses on Aboriginal law, or indeed on the positions of Aboriginal people within the legal structure. A classmate of mine named Steve Aronson worked for the Union of Nova Scotia Indians. And back around 1974 or so, he had a case that was he had done at the trial level, was going to the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. He was going away to do graduate work in Australia, and the case was, on his recommendation, turned over to me. I was in private practice at that point in downtown Halifax, not at Dell Law School. And the case was called Isaac, and it was decided in 1975. And it really, I think, represented the first real kind of breakthrough on Aboriginal, or on the position of the rights of the Mi'kmaq. It turned out successfully, and one of the things that's really lovely about it is in the final analysis, by the time information was provided to the court, the Chief Justice of the province at the time, Ian McKeegan, wrote a long history of the various treaties and events that, including the Royal Proclamation, that involved the Mi'kmaq in Nova Scotia. The problem with the case from a more expansive standpoint is it was a case involving hunting on Indian reserves, at Chapel Island in particular, as it was then called. And he upheld the fact that the provincial hunting laws did not apply to hunting on reserves. And he did this largely on the basis that there was a land right on the reserve land, and hunting was part of the land right, and therefore the provincial law did not apply. It was kind of like an immunity for reserve lands. And that stood for quite a while. And somewhat ironically, I was still staying in private practice for a while, and Mr. Aronson came back from his graduate studies, and he got involved with Donald Marshall and his wrongful conviction. And Steve was still with the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, and eventually it resulted in Donald Marshall's acquittal being overturned by the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. And of course they did it in a bit of a backhanded way, saying that the miscarriage of justice was more perceived than real. And Steve became somewhat disgruntled, and he left Nova Scotia and private practice, and he had another case called James Matthew Simon. And at that point it had gone through the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. Mr. Simon had been convicted at the trial, had gone through the Nova Scotia system, and it was going to the Supreme Court of Canada. And so he, with a small delegation of people from the Nova Scotia Indians, I'm pretty sure Saugage Henderson was one of them at that point in time, asked me to take over this case, and eventually in 1985, the Supreme Court found in favor of Mr. Simon and acquitted him on the basis of the Treaty of 1752. The case was extremely important because it was really the first case in Canada that upheld treaty rights against any kind of federal or provincial law. And it's important to understand that prior to 1982, with the change in the constitutional structure, the only way in which Aboriginal and treaty rights were protected under Canadian law was through a provision in the Indian Act that gave preference to treaty rights over provincial laws of general application. And the provincial hunting laws was seen to be one of those laws.
So when the Supreme Court finally handed down its decision in 1985, it was on the basis that the Indian Act provision protecting treaties overrode the provincial hunting laws. Well, that was after the constitutional change, but the change in 1982 to the constitutional structure did not apply to his case. So there still was not a case in Canada under Section 35 of the 1982 Constitution Act. Now, just to be absolutely clear, this was a momentous change for Aboriginal people in Canada to find constitutional protection for their rights. And the way that Section 35 was constructed, there were two sources of rights for Aboriginal people that were articulated in Section 35. One was the idea of Aboriginal rights, and the second was the idea of treaty rights. And you can understand the essential difference between the two being that Aboriginal rights were the rights held from time immemorial by Aboriginal people based on the fact that they were the first people here prior to Europeans and lived in a certain way with a certain lifestyle. And so whatever things were part of their culture at that time of the Europeans coming, that was protected by Section 35. And then in addition and over and above that, if agreements were made by the British when they arrived with Aboriginal people, then the agreements, i.e. treaties, they were protected as well. So there were two distinct kinds of sources that you could seek to protect your rights. So after 1982, the first case that came down to interpret that provision was an Aboriginal rights case from British Columbia called Sparrow. And it was a fisheries case. About the same time in the same year that the Sparrow case came down, there were two other cases in Nova Scotia. By this time, I had left private practice, and I was working at Dalhousie Law School. And when you asked how I became more involved in those issues, after the Simon case came down in 1985, a delegation of people from the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, several chiefs and executive, Joe B. Marshall, Dan Christmas, Alex Christmas, I can remember those folks, came to visit me at Dal Law School and asked me to get more involved in the affairs through the union, which I did. So that resulted in a case called Cope, a case that was called Denny, Paul, and Syllaboy. That was decided by the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal in 1990. And that was a fishing case. It involved two members of Eskasoni who were fishing, in one case, salmon adjacent to the Eskasoni Reserve. Another case was cod in the Bedora Lakes. And the third case involved Thomas Syllaboy from Afton, as it was then called, Bucktonkek, fishing in the Afton River for salmon. And the long and the short of it is that the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal upheld as an Aboriginal right their right to fish for food in those locations. That was in 1990. And then about the same time, a series of agreements with the province over hunting rights had expired, and the chiefs decided not to have any more agreements, and they decided to test the application of provincial hunting laws by staging a test case, a ceremonial hunt for moose in the Cape Breton Highlands. I know it involved the Grand Chief, etc. And some 13 or 14 Mi'kmaq were charged. A lot of the charges had to do with firearms and being unlicensed, etc., because it was stopped before the actual hunting took place. But it resulted in charges, which I was involved in defending along with others. And once the Denny, Paul, and Syllaboy case came down in 1990 and said, there was a right to fish for food that overrode the Federal Fisheries Act, the Crown, upon a motion for directed verdict by the defense of the moose hunters, decided to accede and told the court there was a presumption of Aboriginal rights that they had not rebutted in the moose case, and therefore it was okay to enter an acquittal for the moose hunters. And that case was eventually reported, and so this was in 1990. So I said about that time in 1990, the Sparrow case came down, and interestingly, in the Sparrow case, the Supreme Court of Canada was aware of Denny Paul and Syllaboy and commented that it had been resolved by the Supreme Court, or by the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal, in a way that was consistent with their decision in the Sparrow case. Now, the feds, having lost at the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal, had been intending to apply to the Supreme Court of Canada for leave to appeal that case to the Supreme Court because they weren't happy with the outcome. But once the Sparrow case had been decided, and once the court said that Denny Paul and Syllaboy was, an okay decision as far as they were concerned, the federal Justice Department dropped their application to the Supreme Court for leave to appeal Denny Paul and Syllaboy. So that stood as good law. One of the little amusing things that happened at that point is I remember a meeting at the airport hotel with the Minister of Justice at that time, Kim Campbell, later Prime Minister of Canada, but she was the Minister of Justice at that point, and one of the things that we asked her at the meeting is, well, having put us through the expense of this trial, will you cover the costs? Because you prosecuted, you failed, you backed away from the applying to the Supreme Court. It cost the Union Nova Scotia Indians. You should cover the cost of it, and she just flatly said no. And when she was asked, well, why not? She just said no. She wasn't going to provide any further explanation. Anyway, so that took us up to 1990, and that was an Aboriginal right to fish, an Aboriginal right to hunt in Nova Scotia. But so far only one treaty case, the Treaty of 1752. And that took us up now into the 1990s, and the fishing case that involved Donald Marshall. Donald Marshall, was convicted at trial. His conviction was upheld, Nova Scotia Court of Appeal, and then the Supreme Court of Canada heard the case and decided in his favor. One of the interesting things that happened in that case is because of the Simon case in 1985 saying there was a Treaty of 1752 which upheld the right to hunt and to fish and to trade or sell the products of the hunting and fishing, we said, well, the Treaty of 1752 protects Donald Marshall. And we maintained that through the beginnings of the trial, and we repeatedly said to the Crown, well, what's your position about the Treaty of 1752? Is this a valid treaty? Is it all good? Why don't you think that it applies to Donald Marshall? And eventually, on the kind of eve of the trial, the Crown lawyer finally came back with a statement in writing that said, we think that the Treaty of 1752 is no longer valid, no longer operative. It was terminated by hostilities that happened after 1752, and so it's no longer good. And this is the first time that the Crown was kind of fleshed out about what their actual position was. So you can think that the Simon case came down in 1985, and repeatedly the Crowns were asked, well, do you accept it? Do you accept the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada? And two of the ironies about it all is within a short while after the Simon case in 1985 was handed down, the Minister of Natural Resources in Nova Scotia sent a notice to every chief and council in the province, including the Shubenacadie First Nation, where Mr. Simon was a member, saying that if you or any of your members hunt contrary to the Nova Scotia Lands and Forests Act, if you don't have a license, you're not following the seasons and all of this stuff, you will be charged and prosecuted. So even though Jimmy Simon won, and even though the case was at least for the benefit of the Shubenacadie band, the minister wouldn't accept the decision as exempting Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq or the members of the Shubenacadie band or Jimmy Simon himself from the provisions of the Lands and Forests Act. So, and I remember distinctly another meeting in this sort of time frame with one of the deputy ministers of the Department of Indian Affairs, as it then was, saying, "Well, what about the Simon case? Do you accept that there is the right to hunt and to fish under the Treaty of 1752?" And I remember that kind of terminology that was being used by the deputy minister, or associate or assistant deputy minister, whatever it was. And he said, "We accept the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada." But he wouldn't say, "We accept it inoperative." We just, we respect the Supreme Court. It said what it said. We're not going to tell you that we think the treaty is invalid or whatever we may think about the treaty. We're just going to be sort of neutrally non-committal and say, well, we respect the Supreme Court of Canada, but we're not going to say we respect the Treaty of 1752. So that's leading up then to the Marshall case and in the early 1990s. Okay, so the Marshall case was coming up at the trial level, and we had said, well, we're relying on the Treaty of 1752. And of course the Crown has to prove its case. And in the normal sequence of events, the Crown shows the offense and the defense raises what defense it has. In this case would be, say, the treaty. And then the Crown would rebut if they had things to rebut about the defense. But with agreement of the Crown, they called their evidence about the Treaty of 1752 and their evidence against the right first before any evidence was presented by the defense. And their principal witness was a professor from the University of New Brunswick named Steve Patterson. And when Dr. Patterson was on the stand and I was cross-examining him about his views, one of the ways the question was asked of him was about the Mi'kmaq and how they lived prior to the treaty being signed, and he acknowledged that, well, yes, the hunting and fishing and these things were part of the lifestyle of the Mi'kmaq. And we got talking about the treaties, and he said, well, I don't know why people are making such a big deal about the Treaty of 1752, because there are these treaties in 1760 and 1761. And I can't remember the exact way that the questions that I was asking kind of unfolded, but it was roughly like, well, before the treaties in 1760 and 61, people like the Mi'kmaq, like Donald Marshall, they would be fishing for eels, they'd be fishing, they would be trading them, they would be doing whatever. And he said, yes. And I said, so after the treaty was signed, did the British expect them to be on welfare, or did they expect them to continue to live the lifestyle that they were used to? And he acknowledged yes. And I think the question was asked in terms of, well, did they have the right to do it? And he said, a right. Yes, they had the right to live after in the same style they had before. And this way that the question was asked and the way that he answered posed some interesting subsequent comments from the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. Because when the case eventually Judge Embry, the trial judge, found against the treaties providing a defense, but when it got to the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal, and we said, well, Dr. Patterson acknowledged that there was a right to do these things. The Nova Scotia Court of Appeal said, well, I don't think he really understood or really meant what he was saying. And of course, we're talking about a very experienced expert witness who knew what the cases were all about, but they didn't want to accept that he was actually saying, yeah, there was a right. And when this then got to the Supreme Court of Canada and Justice Binney was writing his decision, because we kept emphasizing this point, he went back to it and said, well, yes, of course they had the right to do this kind of thing. So, eventually the Donald Marshall case upheld the treaties of 1760 and 61 as providing the right to at least hunt or harvest, trapping, fish, and gather wild fruits and berries. Was within the scope of the language they used as a right that was protected by the treaties of 1760 and 61.
So Bruce sended his regrets that he couldn't be here today to answer any of the questions, but we do have some of the people who were part of that, the Marshall case and the litigation that he went over. Many of the people in the room can help answer any of the questions that you have, including Joe B. and Eric. And just a funny note on that is that when I remember the Marshall decision came out, I remember being in a classroom that in university that was taught by Joe B. Marshall, and I remember his words when right before that court case came out, and him saying that, you know what, I'm scared of this case. I'm scared of what's going to happen if we lose, but I'm also scared of what might happen if we win. And in his wisdom, I guess he knew that there was more coming with the Marshall decision. And as we saw that happened with the hostilities in Byrne Church and the subsequent Marshall II case. And but I'm not going to steal anyone else's thunder, and I know that the next presenter is going to have a little bit of tying us from where we went from that initial Marshall victory to where we are today in terms of being in an era of treaty reconciliation. And with that, I'm going to call up Eric Giley. Eric works with the Mi'kmaq Rights Initiative, but before that had over 12 years of experience working with the Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq on many different negotiations and as a co-counsel on Marshall. And so Eric has continued to be a trusted advisor of the Mi'kmaq today and in our dealings with the government, and a source on Mi'kmaq rights and on that litigation period. So I'd just like to welcome up Eric Giley.
As I've tried to tell my children, if it's close, go with it. First of all, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. It's always an honor to speak in front of people who have years and years of experience and a whole lot more knowledge than I do, which makes standing up here a little disconcerting, but I will do my best. I would also like to say that I'm really happy to see what MK is doing with treaty education, because I think it's vital. I think it's vital. And you've heard a lot of it expressed today of the sacred nature of the treaties to the Mi'kmaq people and the sacred nature of the treaty relationship to all Nova Scotians. But sometimes I worry that discourse and education about what the treaties are and what they mean is lacking. And I do a lot of conversations with people throughout the community, both non-native and Mi'kmaq communities. And when you peel it apart and just try to say, what do the treaties really mean to you? First, you have to kind of go through what they think the treaties mean. But when you get down to what the treaties mean to just them on a personal level, that's where it gets very interesting. And I think it's going to be a richer dialogue once we get down to that level. So I encourage MK as they go forward on treaty education to open up discourse and dialogue on the treaties, to open up debate on the treaties, because not everybody thinks the same thing about what they mean to them, and ultimately achieve consensus among the Mi'kmaq community about what this vital relationship is about. And I also want to say I've had the pleasure of listening to the other speakers. Professor Wicken got up before and said, gee, all the heavy lifting was done by the litigators in these cases. But I'd like to dispute it a bit. Because one of the keys to what happened in this case, and the presentation you saw, was for one of the first times, the court was listening to the other side of what was happening in the treaty discussion. Before, everybody just looked at a document. Everybody just looked at what the British were thinking. Everybody just looked at what the British thought they were doing. Everybody thought that was the important component of it. But for the first time, people like Professor Wicken were bringing into the court dialogue the fact that these were two-party documents. They weren't just developed by one party and pasted onto a wall. They were discussed. They were negotiated. The Mi'kmaq had things they wanted to see in those treaties. They didn't just show up at the door and say, what will you give us? They came with ideas on what was vital and important to the Mi'kmaq community to continue. And as I go through, I'll just say, for me, just personally, the one thing I learned in participating in all these cases is that for me, what the treaty relationship really came down to was the Mi'kmaq were attempting to ensure for themselves, future generations, future communities, that the Mi'kmaq would always have the ability and the right to live as Mi'kmaq in Nova Scotia. What living as Mi'kmaq would mean would change over time, but it would still be living as Mi'kmaq, not assimilating, not becoming part of what was happening with European society and what was happening with European culture. But it was also an understanding that to live as Mi'kmaq, they had to have a relationship with these other people. And they had to understand what that relationship was, and they had to be able to control a bit of what that relationship was. That was going to let them do it. And I always take my hats off to the Mi'kmaq people. The Mi'kmaq people have been around Europeans for what now? Over 450 years? And there is still Mi'kmaq people. There is a Mi'kmaq language. There is a Mi'kmaq culture. There are Mi'kmaq laws. There are Mi'kmaq communities. There are Mi'kmaq families. That in itself is an amazing accomplishment, and only could happen because people were extremely diligent about making it happen. And I always like starting off that way because Bruce always gets the good stuff, right? Here's where we won, here's where we won, here's where we won. Now I'd like to introduce Eric Shiley. So I always kind of say this one as, what the courts giveth, the courts can taketh away. And that was the lesson of post-Marshall in a lot of ways. As Bruce said, Marshall came down, and the one thing I look back on, the one big lesson I'll always learn, is we were so focused on winning the case. We were so focused on the legal principle. This is what Joe B. was saying. We had no plan on what it would mean to win. No plan. Government of Canada had no plan on what it would mean to lose, because they were completely convinced there was no possible way they could lose the case. And that case came down, and we all just sat back. I always call it the great breathing in moment, where everybody realized that the relationship had now changed. The relationship was on a different footing, and nobody really had a clue what was going to happen. And then suddenly it began happening, and it was out of anybody's control. It was simply happening, and that's what led to what's now been referred to as Marshall II. And I use that with with care, because if my colleague Bruce Wildsmith was here, he'd cringe at the moment I said Marshall II. He hates the term Marshall II. What happened was the case came down. And the Supreme Court said, yes, you know what? The Mi'kmaq do have these treaties. These treaties are valid. They are operable. And the Mi'kmaq have the right to earn a livelihood off the fishery. There was a lot to digest. There were a lot of new concepts. Livelihood. None of us argued livelihood in front of the Supreme Court of Canada. We had argued that the Mi'kmaq had the right to a commercial fishery. The Crown argued that there was no such right. The Supreme Court itself came up with the concept of a livelihood, saying it really wasn't a full-blown commercial fishery, but it certainly was more than a food fishery. That the evidence showed that the Mi'kmaq, by the time the treaty relationship was happening with the British, one of the important parts of Mi'kmaq culture and economy was trading for goods. And as I said, the one thing that we have to always thank is Reverend Seacombe from the South Shore. Reverend Seacombe kept a diary of everything he ate all day long for his whole life and where he got it. Reverend Seacombe talked about, got 2 salmon today from Mi'kmaq who traded it in town. Got some venison from Mi'kmaq today who traded it in town. And gave us his whole menu for everything he ate. That's what the Supreme Court started its decision with. Of clearly, a man as well regarded as Reverend Seacombe found it perfectly acceptable to buy food, to buy resources, to trade goods with Mi'kmaq who brought it in to trade with. Marshall II really was the response. And those of us that are a little more cynical see it as a response to fear that was engendered after the Marshall case. In legal technicality, what it was is a fishermen's association appealed to the Supreme Court to have the case relooked at. St. Mary's Bay was erupting at this point. Burnt Church was erupting at this point. Non-native fishermen were threatening to blockade Yarmouth Harbor. Chief Deb Robinson, Chief Frank Muse were going out to community halls and gymnasiums, trying to talk to the non-native fisheries, trying to calm things down. I remember I used to have a jacket that said Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq. I wasn't being served in Tim Hortons in lineups. It was a very tense time. And especially if you were down on the south shore of Nova Scotia. You could cut it with a knife. What the Supreme Court did is they denied the application of the Fisheries Association and then went on for about 30 pages in their denial, reassessing what they had said in Marshall in some ways. And for me, the key parts of it were, I think it's hard to see it as anything but a pullback by the court. A concern by the court that they had perhaps pushed the agenda a bit too far. And the two parts that really concerned me were, it was not until Marshall II that you started seeing the courts come up with this concept of treaty adjacency. In other words, yes, Mi'kmaq individuals have rights, but those rights are only applicable if you're adjacent to the community that that person is from. Well, first of all, that made no sense, because Junior himself was a member 2 band member, at that time living outside Wagaba, and was fishing off Buckton Keg. If you apply that provision of Marshall II, Junior should have been convicted. But he wasn't. So what did that mean? Were they being contradictive? The second part that really concerned me was it started expanding the idea of justification. Under Sparrow, only 2 things could be used to justify the infringement of an Aboriginal treaty right: either conservation or public safety. Suddenly in Marshall II, they started talking about, well, since Marshall's about a livelihood, maybe there's other ways the government can justify infringing a treaty right. Maybe they can justify it because it's for the general public good. And that is a very wide open concept. What is the general public good? It started being looked at as that mean if the Mi'kmaq start interfering with the economic structure of the commercial fishery, does that mean rights can be infringed because that's dealing with the general public good? So it raised concerns. The other concern just after Marshall II is that's when, in my view, DFO began its unilateral response to Marshall through the agreement phase by trotting out agreements for access to the commercial fishery. It was a response that was not negotiated or discussed. In fact, we had provided the idea of putting a moratorium on the fishery until something could be figured out on how the Mi'kmaq could start looking at getting into the fishery in a way that they felt comfortable with and wanted to get into. And I'll never forget, I think the thing that leaves a bad taste in a lot of our mouths is being at a meeting of all the Atlantic chiefs. People are trying to discuss this issue, and DFO is calling certain people out one by one to try to talk about fisheries agreements with them. It was clear that DFO was at that point trying to at least control the agenda as much as they could. All of this led to the next big case at the Supreme Court, which was the Frederick Marshall, Joshua Bernard logging case. Joshua Bernard was from New Brunswick. He had been found not guilty in New Brunswick of harvesting timber off Crown land. And we call that the Great Logging Boom. After he was acquitted, we had people running through the woods cutting down just about everything they could find. We had, by the time charges were laid in Nova Scotia, we had something like 38 defendants from Yarmouth to Sydney who were out in the woods in various stages of logging operations. And again, this was our second lesson about what was happening at the courts. And what I would almost call, we had that initial good times in the 90s, where Justice Dixon and Justice Lemaire were really opening up the gates of Aboriginal rights and treaty rights. Really opening up this idea of what Section 35 could be all about. And then suddenly, in the 2000s, we started seeing that narrow itself down again under the court of Justice McLaughlin and others. And in the logging case, this was really our first big hit about what that would mean. We had raised the defense of saying, look, if Marshall said that you could enjoy a livelihood off the fishery, then surely Bernard must mean that you can earn a livelihood off forestry activities. It's a traditional resource of the Mi'kmaq. It's really the same situation. We lost the case in front of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court came up with a different test. They said it's really not about harvesting trees. It's really about a commercial logging operation. So instead of really classifying the resource that people were accessing, in Bernard and Marshall, what the court did is they started assessing the method in which they were doing it and trying to determine whether that was consistent with Aboriginal and treaty rights. And they found that a commercial logging operation was not consistent with Aboriginal and treaty rights. Again, some of us saw this as the courts pulling themselves back a little bit from seeing Marshall as an opening into the commercial mainstream and pulling back to say, no, Marshall wasn't about getting into the commercial mainstream. It's really only about a livelihood, and that's really a much smaller sector than the commercial scheme altogether. I have a number of disagreements with that case. I think it's a wrong characterization of what was happening. I've never seen the court make that same analysis. They usually look at the resource, as Bruce said with Marshall, Denny Paul and Syliboy said that the Mi'kmaq have access to fish. Treaties of 1760 and 61 say that the Mi'kmaq have the ability to trade that for a livelihood. I don't know why in Joshua Bernard and Frederick Marshall it's not the same analysis. Do they have the ability to harvest a tree? And if they have the ability to harvest a tree, do they have the ability to sell that tree to earn a livelihood? Why is it not the same view? That was 2005. So that's what I mean. The 90s were over and we were into the 2000s. In 2006, Sapir-Gray came out. That was a case from New Brunswick, and this time it involved forestry, but it involved access to forestry for what they now call domestic use. And there they said, no, Mi'kmaq do have the right to go into the woods and access and to cut down trees for domestic purposes. So with these two cases, they now set up a test of commercial logging versus domestic logging. And to them, domestic logging simply meant if you're looking for fuel wood, if you're looking for wood to make crafts or your own personal furniture, if you're looking for wood to build a dwelling, then all of that is domestic wood for domestic purposes. So it kind of expanded it a little bit from what they had done in the other Marshall and Bernard case. To me, then, what happened was, if you looked at the cases that were happening in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, and then you also looked at the cases that were happening across the country, the courts were really starting to put large sections within their decisions which were telling both parties, you guys have to sit down and start working this out. Because I think what they were hearing was a lot of argument and testimony put in front of the courts which indicated that treaties were a two-way street, that treaties were a negotiated relationship. They'd also had the benefit, I think, of some of the work, and Viola will talk about this more, but some of the work that happened in the Royal Commission. And they were starting to recognize that these were questions not of legal principle per se, but a lot of it was questions of reconciliation between First Nations and the Crown on the way that these rights could be implemented and enjoyed by First Nations people. And the court, I think, was becoming reluctant to get down into the nitty-gritty of how this relationship would be developed and how it would be implemented. In other words, if you're having a relationship with another person, it's probably not a good relationship if you're always being ordered by the courts to do stuff with each other. That's probably not a healthy relationship. And I think the courts were looking at the two parties and saying, you guys have to start working this out as the two founding parties of the treaty relationship and not constantly to try to deal with it. And that's what led, I think, into a shift from the court's mind into saying, okay, we think we've given just about all the principles we can when it comes to things like Aboriginal and treaty rights and where they fit in Section 35 and how those work. And they started shifting a lot of their focus into consultation. That became kind of the new legal principle that the court spent some time on. So suddenly you see things like Haida, Taku River, Mikisew Cree, which were seminal cases on saying, okay, government, if you're not going to willingly sit down and negotiate as much as you should, we're going to start expanding the idea of consultation so that you are forced to sit down with First Nations and start taking this seriously. The key points of those cases were, and how it opened up things in Nova Scotia, there was an argument prior to those cases that for government to consult, Mi'kmaq had to prove they had a Section 35 right. That was difficult. That meant every consultation, I mean, what was Marshall? How much testimony went into it, how much time, how many resources. All these cases are huge cases, and they take a lot of time. To try to do that with every consultation case, it was simply going to be a victory by government through attrition. What the courts came out and said is, no, that's not the test for consultation. If First Nations assert a right, and there's credibility to that right, then government has to consult. They don't have to prove the right. They simply have to assert it. And government's got to take that assertion seriously. They can't just ignore it. And they have to consult with the First Nations involved about what effects their decisions may have on this asserted right as they go forward. And I think that the courts have now spent a lot of time trying to provide principles and guidance on that consultation end of it, in their mind setting up a bit of two bookends. You have a Section 35 right, and that right needs to be implemented. In consultation, you have to have a mechanism where you can try to protect that Section 35 right if government is unwilling to listen to you as they go forward. And they're trying to set that up as the legal framework where First Nations and government hit the court system. But again, I think ultimately their main goal is to see both parties sit down and try to work this out. So to the last part of how we move from there into discussions, I think the first thing that's important for me, and this is because I listen to people like Viola and Joe B. and others as I go forward, I think it's a misnomer to call government First Nations dialogue negotiations, because I think it's bigger and more important than that. I see it as reconciliation. That's an important word. It's got to be reconciliation. These two, as has been said at this forum, everybody in Nova Scotia has a treaty. Everybody. Representatives of everybody in Nova Scotia entered into those treaties. They have to be reconciled. They exist. They're operative. Courts have told us that. The rights that are contained therein have to be reconciled. So really what we're talking about is implementation. The treaties already exist. The rights already exist. How do those treaty and rights become implemented in a way that in the year 2015 makes sense to First Nations people, to Mi'kmaq people? How do they get implemented in a way that provides proper stewardship for the land and the resources? How do they get implemented in a way so that individual Mi'kmaq people can access their rights free from worry and concern that we'll be back into this? That we'll be back into being charged, we'll be back in being brought into court, we'll be back into having things seized. That really becomes a key question. So, to end it, what are some of the topics that I think are food for thought for treaty education? First of all, what is the nature of treaties? Treaties are not static. Professor Wicken said this, Joe B. said this, Sagage said this, and it's very true. Treaties are living, organic, active documents and relationships. They're not fossilized in amber. They're not up on a museum wall and only there as a curiosity. They are living, breathing, organic, operable relationships and documents. The challenge for Mi'kmaq today is how do you take that treaty relationship and how do you make it a living, breathing, vital relationship based on the changes in economy, based as on the changes of society, based on the state and health of the land and the resources. And I think we had a comment from a viewer today, which is very true. In many ways, the Mi'kmaq are inheriting a depleted land base and a resource and economy. So how do you make sense of that? And then how do you become involved in a purposeful way that provides opportunities to the community? And I think the key is, and I would say never forget this, and Joe B. said this succinctly, I truly believe, and every Mi'kmaq I have ever talked to truly believes, that the treaties of their ancestors are sacred. They are there, they must continue to be there, they must always continue to thrive and exist. There are certain fundamental principles. The last thing I would say, and this is as I've learned going through the court cases and going through my discussions, always remember the Mi'kmaq, well before Europeans, had basic laws that formed the Mi'kmaq Constitution. And when I deal with resources, the basic law I look to is the law of Nadugalink. That was a law of the Mi'kmaq. They followed that law. They ensured others followed that law. They taught that law. They referred to that law. And that is the basic law that I see the Mi'kmaq taking into that treaty relationship. When they made those treaties and they agreed to those treaties, they were thinking of Nadugalink as they did so. How do we ensure that the dialogue grounds itself, anchors itself back to those basic Mi'kmaq constitutional laws? Because no matter how many things change, and things are organic and things move and things change, there are certain underlying principles that, if they are anchored to, provide guidance. And that's it. Thanks.
All right, if there's any questions before we turn it over to Viola, now would be a good time to ask some of the questions. Keep in mind that we want to utilize only about 5 minutes for questions so that we can get Viola and have a full afternoon of discussion.
I'm sorry if I have to take the mic again, but like you said, if you want it on record, a cherry picture from Bear River. Eric, I have to challenge you. I love what you said and so forth, but I think that perhaps some of this investigation of what we mean by treaties or what the concept needs to go back to the word commercial fishing. Again, you said we didn't argue livelihood fishery, we argued access to the commercial fishery. My understanding, though, from a couple of chiefs, including my own chief at that time, that wasn't what their concept was. It was so much bigger than that. And I think it meant governance over the fishery. And when you say that, we never argued livelihood fishery. We argued access to the commercial fishery. That, again, nullifies Bucknakeag and Bear River's position. It's saying that you guys have been wrong for the last 15 years for taking the stand that you've taken. And just to put this into perspective, I don't think we knew what commercial fishery meant. It was going under the ITQ privatization. And this is what Bear River, and so we don't want to be owned by a company. We don't want to be driven by a company. So I just wanted to, like the concept of going back to what Marshall was about, let's make it clear, not all the chiefs wanted access to the current existing commercial fishery. And this was proven right after Marshall had come down, because I remember a meeting in Fredericton, which we were all like, it was hectic, where there was a proposition because we were caught off guard. And I think this is why this initiative is really important, so that we're not caught off guard again, because I don't think we really had a concept of what we meant. But there was a proposition put forward. This is how we're going to manage the fishery. And it went to the Grand Council, said we're going to go into the 7 districts and so forth. But by the time, we said, by the time we left that meeting, and this was in Fredericton, by the time I got to the ferry, by the time I got to Bear River, the first deal had already been signed behind closed doors when they went band by band. So I think that's a really important piece of history, because if we were saying we wanted access to the commercial fishery, well then we're saying we wanted access to the ITQ system and everything, which is not what some of us envisioned. And the other thing is too, it's very important to point out that the story, as I understood it, and I know that Carrie Crosswood is here, is that Junior went through the appropriate protocol to exercise or to do that eel fishing, so that, you know, and they went to Bucknakeag, and Bucknakeag was in correspondence with Member 2. And in fact, I have just learned that the gear that Marshall Jr. was using actually belonged to Bucknakeag, which they never did get back. That's a very important point, that the appropriate protocol went through. Then after Marshall, comes from a very emotional point for Bear River, when we watch every other First Nation, that's why the agency was sort of a sweet, bitter thing for us, every other community in our district, fish, and there was no appropriate protocol done for that. And when Matthew Kuhn from AFN comes down, doesn't even visit our community. And it's just a couple of, it's an emotional point for us, and so I just wanted to highlight. But when you say that we didn't argue for livelihood, well then what the heck has been the second court case all about? And where does Bear River and Bucknakeag come into that? And I just wanted to highlight that.
And thank you very much, Sherry, because all of that is certainly true. And let me just say that my thinking since the Marshall case certainly has gone through changes as well. And if you look back, I mean, this becomes one of the interesting things about litigation. Without litigation, clearly I don't think we get to any of the places that we got to. But one of the dangers about litigation is it's a couple of lawyers, a judge, a couple of people giving evidence, and those people, a handful of people, can make big decisions happen that affect thousands of lives. If we looked back and at what we know now, we would have included things about Nadugalink in that case. We would have included ideas of Mi'kmaq stewardship and Mi'kmaq management of resources within that case. So, Sherry, certainly from my point of view, when I say we didn't argue livelihood, we argued commercial, over time, I really came to thank the court in my own way for utilizing the term livelihood. And the court used that term because they got it from when Professor Wicken was talking the negotiations in 1749 that took place between the Maliseet and the government. They took it from that discussion where they were saying it seems to us that what the First Nations are really concerned about is earning a livelihood for their communities, themselves, and their families. So that seems to be what the parties had in mind when they did it. And in my head, having had some sober second thought on what happened in Marshall, I'm thankful that they did that, because I think that opens up, you know, we look at some of the things we're doing now in forestry and other things. I think it has steered the conversation away from industrial access to resources and has put it back into those basic laws of Nadugalink. So, yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, yeah. I got a cold, excuse me. I'm Kerry Prosper from Bucknakeag. And during the time of Marshall and Sparrow, I was chief of my community at the time. And I know a lot of people were caught off guard, but there was one individual visionary. He was a visionary, and he really saw things ahead of their time. And this man was Charlie Dennis. He got a bunch of us together, and he brought up an individual from the Great Lakes region in the United States. Kirk Beatty, his name was. And Kirk Beatty was telling us about a court case down in the Great Lakes that was very similar to the Mi'kmaq Nova Scotia, who endured a grueling court case and won a huge victory in the spear fishery in the Great Lake region. To a point where the judge was run out of town by the local non-natives. The natives had to walk through a gauntlet of non-native fishermen as they went to fish with their boats. And it began to formulate ideas of getting ready for a favorable decision in Marshall. We got together and we formulated the Mi'kmaq Fish and Wildlife Commission. And we had myself as a co-chair with Chief Morley Google at the time. And we organized the bands in Nova Scotia, individuals in the bands, and got things moving. But after the court case came down, a lot of bands signed agreements. And Charlie's focus and vision went towards the UINR organization, which is a really beautiful organization today. And I think we should remember him for his vision and what he saw and was able to formulate in that short time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kerry, for that. And you know, I think what you mentioned is important. Is that when we tell the story of Mi'kmaq treaty education, we're talking about stories of individuals as well. And you talk about Charlie Dennis, a visionary, good man. You know, we've heard Joby talk about some of the founding members of Union of Nova Scotia Indians. You know, Elig Denny, my neighbor. You know, Ridge Maloney, and you know, these people, we need to tell their stories as part of treaty education, and that's one of the things that I hope that we can do as part of this project moving forward, is not just tell the stories of the history, but of the people and their important contributions. And I know every single community has those people in their community who've done so much and continue to do stuff today, and they don't have that recognition. But I think that's why it's time for the Mi'kmaq to tell that story. And I had mentioned to Dr. Wicken earlier a quote I like from Daniel Paulin, We Were Not the Savages. He says, "Until the lion has its historian, the hunter will always be the victor in the history." And I think that it's time for the Mi'kmaq to have their historians and to move forward and start telling our story in the history book so it's reflected. But with that, I'm wondering if we should take a 5-minute break and then introduce Viola, because I know some people have just left the room, washroom breaks, health breaks, as I like to call them, smoke breaks or other things. So maybe if we can do a quick 5-minute bathroom, nutrition, smoke break, and That's my fault.
It's interesting. Some of the discussions we're now having talks about how what benefit when people talk about treaty beneficiary go with that vaccine kalla. Dia kasi kisama doktor ponin dot no. Dia elmi with that vaccine team menadi go ya. One of the interesting areas I've looked at is your benefits you receive from an activity, and this one is laying down the arms. You know, you could stay in peace. One of them is, I was just looking at that a couple of years ago, and I looked at the amount of land, what's going to in total, all First Nations, in Nova Scotia was 24,000 acres, a little bit more or less. There's, that's not very much. And if you look at, you know those, as you're driving along, you'll see this little provincial roadside park where you stop, Aji Lunchem, and like if you're in Cape Breton, there's a little one in Benyon. They're all over the place, right? There's 40,000 acres of these little things, and we only have what 24,000 acres. Days ago. Oh God! Being unfair. You're on, baby. That was my commentary. Oh, it's okay.
Thank you for that, John. Okay. We're going to call up our next guest presenter. She's someone who's very familiar to many of us. Viola Robinson, who's the lead negotiator of the Mi'kmaq Rights Initiative, also known as Gwilimug Magdaswan. A recent recipient of the Order of Nova Scotia and the Order of Canada. She's a trusted and inspiring leader for the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia. From the 1970s, she has worked to end discrimination against Mi'kmaq people, advocating in particular for the changes to sections of the Indian Act that discriminated against Aboriginal women. She served as president of the Native Council of Nova Scotia from 1975 to 1990 and a president of the Native Council of Canada from 1990 to 1991. She was also one of 7 commissioners who traveled across Canada with the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People in the early 1990s. I'd like to call up Viola Robinson. Thank you, and get a warm welcome, please.
Well, hello everybody, and the first thing I want to do here is to acknowledge the organizers of this little symposium and how important this treaty education work is to the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia. I guess it's important. It should be in every province, actually, for all people. But we are always the leaders. We're always the ones that goes ahead of everybody else to sort of set the path for everybody else to follow. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. I mean it, because we really are. We've done many things here in Nova Scotia that is the first in Canada for Aboriginal people, and I'm very proud of that. I'm pleased. I welcome the opportunity to come and speak. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell you, but I wasn't really. There was no specification of what you want to hear, but I certainly was pleased to get the invitation. And I'm glad to be here. Even just listening this morning, we're in a learning process, all of us. Just when we think we got it all, just when we think we've heard it all, there's always somebody will come along, something will happen that increases our education and helps us to move forward. Every time I hear speakers talking about our treaties and talking about our relationships with governments and learned people, every time I hear a speaker or something, I'm always learning something new, and it's always good to hear that. I want to just talk a little part of the of our progress here in this province. You've heard all the about our pre-Confederation treaties. You've heard all about our court cases, and all mention of a lot of people who contributed to bring us to where we are today. We've heard all that. I'm going to talk a little bit about where we are today and how we got to where we're going. But just before I do that, I want to say, you know, the road to negotiations, and I say negotiations, and somebody said we shouldn't say that, we're going to call it reconciliation. The road to dialogue, the road to creating a new relationship has not been easy. It's been a tough one. And it's been a tough one for a lot of people. And all of the things that was mentioned today have all contributed greatly. I always mention one thing, that is not a court case, but I think it had an awful lot to do about how we got here. And every time we hear the word the late Donald Marshall, we always refer it to court case. He had 2 court cases. I mean, he had the fishing case. But prior to that, with his unjust time that he spent in prison, he spent 11 years. That's the sacrifice he made to get us where we are today. Because it was through that, and the court case after that released him, that gained him his release, that this province set up a royal commission, provincial royal commission on the justice system, and found the justice system to be very racist. And because of that, there were a lot of recommendations that came out of that report. One of those recommendations was setting up a tripartite process. And I will say again, we were the first in Canada to have a tripartite process. A tripartite process that engaged the Mi'kmaq, that engaged the provincial government and the federal government. And there were tables set up to talk about every social issue that affected Mi'kmaq people. There were a whole number of them. Justice, education. And a lot of the things that we're doing today comes from those tripartite discussions. There was also recommendations to set up tables to talk about land, to talk about treaties, to talk about Aboriginal rights, to talk about Aboriginal title, the big rights-based issues. The smaller tables could not talk about those because the people sitting at those tables did not have the mandate to be able to speak about those rights-based issues. So the big table was set up. That's the table we're at today. Even though the late Donald Marshall is now gone, but I think we need to appreciate a little more about what he's contributed to us as a nation of people. Having said that, I'm just going to go back a little bit and to speak about my work on the Royal Commission. And sometime, that was 30 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm expecting to hear from you. You were right there when this was going on. Anyway, it's been 1990 when I got appointed, and 1995 when the report was released. So, you know, that's 30 years ago, I say, but that was a lot of work. And that was the most extensive research ever done on Aboriginal people in this country back then. And people will say, oh, you know, it's like they said when we were doing the work and when the report was being released, people were very pessimistic. They would say things like, oh, another report, another Royal Commission, oh, something else that's going to sit and gather dust. Those things only gather dust if you let them. Nothing will move. Nothing will happen if you don't do anything about it. And I was one of those commissioners, and I signed those reports. It's a 5-volume report with 443 recommendations, and I live by it. And because I'm the lead negotiator today for the Mi'kmaq, I use that report. And I continuously go back And I say, am I doing this right? Am I thinking right? Is this what I heard? And I'm not too concerned about what government thinks or what they say. I'm more concerned what the Aboriginal people had to say and what they expect and what they recommended. In where we are today is some of the things that we heard that I will mention is education, and it's about this symposium here or this gathering that we had. We were told over and over and over our rights needed to be recognized, our rights need to be implemented by post-Confederation Treaty people out west. We came here, the Mi'kmaq told us the same thing about the pre-Confederation treaties had to be recognized. We had treaties that we were denied existence from all levels of governments. We had to fight in the courts to get recognition, and we got it. We were told over and over again that education was the most important tool that you have to fight, to resist, or to get anything done. Education is really, really important. That is what's going to get people to where they want to be or need to go. We were also told, because of residential schools was one of the biggest issues that we heard about, and there was something done about that, but there were so many ways that the government created policies to destroy all Aboriginal people, the First Nations, the Inuit, and the Métis people as well, was creating a policy on residential schools. And that policy was not meant for them to flourish by any means. That policy was designed to kill the language, to kill the culture, and to assimilate and destroy people's cultural identity. And it did that. It did that in many, many cases. So education, again, they were meant to educate our kids. When they swooped up the kids, put them in residential schools, they were meant to be educated. But they weren't. They weren't educated. And what happened is because they knew it was menial education that they got. They got educated to work on the farms or to be other professional helpers or whatever. They was never meant to excel through that. So education was pointed out over and over by people. And when I mention the residential schools, you get your education along with the rest of society without the expense of losing your culture or your language. The other thing was, we were told we had to have self-government. To have self-government, you need self-determination. And in order to have that, again, we really need to understand who we are, where we come from, what we're all about, and how we get to where we are, where we've been. And another thing that we were told was about citizenship, about nationhood. Self-government can only happen if we are nations of people, not bands, nations of people. Indian Act bands are creations of the federal government, and there are how many are there? Over 600 bands in this country? It would be quite difficult to set up over 600 self-government regimes. How many nations are there in Canada, Indian? Probably less than 100. I did know at one point, but it's far less it would be so much easier to have a self-governing nation with that, with that many, with those numbers. And that would be the Mi'kmaq, and that would be the Hurons, or that would be the Cree, and that would be all the different nations that are across the country. And the other thing we were told was that people need to be heard. They speak, they've made presentations over the years, over and over again. And it seems that things that are being said are falling on deaf ears. The ears that need to hear and listen don't. And that's the government's. And I've used that phrase already in my work here, as a lead negotiator. I have explained and explained about the Mi'kmaq and about our vision and about how we see our implementation of our rights unfolding. And they're off in a dream world thinking about policies and how they're going to create a policy that's going to administer to us. And I say, you know, you need to listen. For once, governments, and they need to listen. Listen to what you are being told. Listen to what the people are, the Mi'kmaq are telling you. Listen to them and talk with us and hear what we have to say, because we do know what we're talking about. The other thing that we were told, this would have to be a community-driven process, and I use that term, and I've tried. We've been in this about 10 years now. To really have a community-driven process, but it's really, really difficult. This is something that we're trying to work from the bottom up. For years and years and years, and the way government, the European way of administering to people is from the top down, the hierarchy. They know everything. They know how to do everything up there, and they create all the policies, and then they're introduced, then they're applied. And then sometimes they're like forced upon. This is the rules. We're still fighting that today. You fight it every day, and people are fighting that every day in their communities. You can't do anything unless you follow some policy that somebody else wrote that doesn't have a clue about what you want to do. This is why I always keep saying, listen to the people, to what they're telling you. You don't know everything about us. You can't sit hundreds of miles away and sit down and write and give us direction and write policies to govern our affairs and our lives. One good example is a social policy. It's going on and on and on. So when we talk, when I hear, like today, what we're doing, the importance of what is going on here and the treaty education, and it's about, it doesn't stop here, it continues. And you can't stop here, you have to continue. History and treaties are being made every day. So the communications is a challenge for us in the work that we're doing. And the work that we are doing, because of what we heard this morning, the court cases, and we heard about the history and our treaties, the work that we are doing is the implementation. And somebody said, how do you implement? And I always use the term, it's the spirit and intent of those treaties. What was the spirit and intent of those treaties back in the 1700s? What was our people thinking then? And treaties, 1760, 1752, are more than about hunting and fishing. They're more than that. So when we talk about implementing our treaties, we have to work with the people, with our people, the Mi'kmaq, and learn what do those things mean to them in modern day context today. What do they mean? For me, it's building a relationship. When they were, somebody said, when they were signed back then, there was a relationship, whatever, how good or bad it was, but there was recognition. There was enough there to say, okay, we can't really just come in here and take over this part of the country. We just can't settle. We just can't help ourselves. You're here already, so we need to talk to you. And it was coming from the Queen, the Crown. So it was meant, how are we going to live together? And the process we're in, how are we as Mi'kmaq people going to live together with the rest of society in the province of Nova Scotia? And somebody said, everything is depleted. Use the term land. Land is the most important thing to Mi'kmaq people. The land is the most important thing to any nation of people. Without it, you're nothing. It's the land and what comes from the land that creates the nation, creates the people. So what do we have in Nova Scotia? Well, the land is all depleted, but we have title. So we're working in this process. We're engaged in this process, and our treaties being protected, even though the pre-Confederation treaties are protected in the Constitution, Section 35. We have to ensure that those treaties remain there. We have to make sure that the vitality of those treaties continue to exist. It is an ongoing process for us. It's different for us in Nova Scotia as Mi'kmaq people than it is in any other parts of the country. We never ceded any land. The land. And our vision about how we move forward, we have to be very innovative, we have to be very creative, we have to figure out how we're all going to live together here and be a part of the future for us and for all of our people, including resources. So this is the kind of so it's really important when I say communications is so vital to us, because we need to reach people, and we're trying to use, and this is part of the community-driven process, that we are trying to use all kinds of, we got technical support, social media, written writing things, community meetings, and and we're always looking to the people to help us. We are also the comprehensive claims policy, which applied everywhere else, doesn't apply to us. That's why I say we're different. That's why we're moving the way that we're moving. And so the process that we're in is about implementing. We have the umbrella agreement and the framework agreement that sets out on how we work and how we communicate and how we're dialoguing with the other governments, and this is what we use instead of the comprehensive claims policy. We use our framework agreement. This is the agreement that was created by Mi'kmaq and governments as well. So it took 5 years of review and 5 years of amendments and 5 years of talking to the people to get everybody to agree to this was what we needed to do, and this is how things were going to roll out. So before, I don't want to take too long, but I just want to say it's really what we thought about in the Royal Commission, that what we always said was there were 3 R's, and that was recognition, respect, and reconciliation. And that's still what I go by. We need to have a renewed relationship. We need to share in the future life of the country and of Nova Scotia, because we're Mi'kmaq in Nova Scotia. And there's a lot of work and education that needs to take place. And we're so fortunate, we're so lucky that we do have this education, ginamad in a way, process here that deals with education. Again, one of the first in Canada. There may be others now, but it was the first. And so in order for us to move forward together, we need to work together, and we need everybody on board. We need everybody to be talking. We need the dialogue to happen. Make sure that no one is left behind. Hopefully this will restore the dignity, the pride, the independence of who we are, who we were, and respect, and in the end work towards a reconciliation for everybody, so we can all move on forward. So that's trying to tell you. Oh, and the most important thing of all, too, another important thing about what we're doing is citizenship. We need to, there's a lot of work going on about in that area as well, about Mi'kmaq, being a Mi'kmaq, and about our language and our culture, all this stuff. So that's happening as well. I don't think there is really much of anything that is an important aspect of life, of our livelihood, and of what we do, that we're not trying to deal with as Mi'kmaq people. But again, it's coming. I'm listening to what the people are saying. I'm listening to what I'm being told and what I've been directed by the chiefs to move forward with. So that's how we're moving. So that's probably left out a lot of stuff, but anyway.
I'd like to thank Viola for that. So instead of Carol, we have one question, Chief Carol, and
do you really want me up there to the mic so I can speak?
we're getting it on video.
It's for the people on the web.
All right.
Stare at the camera too.
I won't stare at no camera. Thanks, Jaime. Chief from the Bear River First Nation, I would like to take this time to thank Viola very much for all of her hard work as a Mi'kmaq woman of Nova Scotia, because I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't have the strength of that lady back when I was just a little girl. She sat at kitchen tables with my mother, Elder Agnes Potter of Bear River First Nation, and they spoke of how it is to be a Mi'kmaq woman but no recognition of who they are. But I believe in the strength and the power that she has been given throughout her work with education and developing and doing for all her people, whether they are Mi'kmaq women, men, children, elders, youth, as a whole. I would just like to take this time and thank her very much. Also, sitting back at the table, Alex was speaking about the veterans. I am very touched when I hear about veterans, because my grandfather, James Lewis Joseph Pictou, was in the Second World War. And as a little girl, he says, you know what, I fought for your freedom. Respect your land, respect your people, respect your waters, your animals, and learn to give and share. And that's all I want to say. Thank you. And thank you, Jaime. Oh, and one other thing is you need to come to all of the communities to speak about treaty education. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Carol. Well, we've heard several presentations today, and now it's time as leaders in our community to start giving us your feedback on how we can move this forward on treaty education. We've had the chance to hear about our history, the progression. What Jeff Orr is about to do a presentation on is how do we move forward from here? We've heard the discussion, we've had now a treaty education workshop. He's going to go over a little bit about, in a very brief time, what we've heard so far, and we're going to have to ask you just what you've answered there on your community. What would you like to see in your community? What would you like to see in Nova Scotia? How can we do that? All that feedback we need to hear from the leadership so we can put it in the work plan moving forward. So your information now, the work that we're going to do in the remaining hour is going to lead to us helping develop a work plan for the next 3 to 4 years, and maybe longer than that, we hope. So I'm going to call Jeff Orr up, and he's going to do a presentation for us on just what are the questions we're asking from you and what are the recommendations we've heard so far.
Thank you very much, Jaime. I've been really honored to be part of this process and to be part of the education process, working alongside Mi'kmaq communities for 20 years since I moved back home to Nova Scotia to St. X, working with Mi'kmaq Kanawhatnui and the communities. I was asked to help facilitate a workshop. If you could flip to the next slide there, Jaime. A workshop on the second day of the Treaty Education Workshop, where there were 50 educators gathered, Mi'kmaq leaders gathered in Membertou First Nation, and we were really tasked with the responsibility of coming up with an implementation plan. So this session, which I'm going to do very quickly so we can have time to really discuss this plan, is kind of have a look at how did we get here to this place of implementation where, as Chief Rod was saying, the time is right now for treaty education, the implementation of that. There's been a lot of work to come to this point. So it's really talking about the proposed strategy that came out of the discussions at that two-day workshop. The first day was about issues associated with treaty education knowledge. The second day was really built around implementation. We had a good session of gathering information associated with that. The main role, as Jaime has pointed out today, is to think about from that what's the role of the Nova Scotia chiefs in ensuring that treaty education is properly implemented. So the context for this, the treaty education, as we've heard today, has long been a goal of First Nations communities in Nova Scotia. Recently, through the work of MK and the chiefs, the Premier and Minister Casey agreed to pursue a focus on treaty education. I have a quote here. It's interesting. Today, the province is rolling out across the harbour a revised work, another form of 3 Rs, Viola, that the province is coming up with in reforming the education system. This is one of the recommendations in there which relates really, it's a public declaration, if you will, in that report about moving forward with treaty implication. And you can see down here that it says that the new curriculum is to include treaty education in the grade primary to 12 curriculum. A very important statement. Chiefs are meeting tomorrow with the minister, and then I understand with the Premier and Cabinet on Friday. So there is a public statement now from the Premier and the government related to this. I do want to point out, though, that this is one of 100 and part of one that, if you look back at the recommendation, it's about a half of one recommendation, and there are 102 recommendations in the new education review. And what is important for us to recognize is that in education, most mandated things, like this is being mandated, but most mandated changes in education, if you look at them historically, they have failed unless they're properly implemented. I think what's important is for us to think about is how do we ensure collectively that implementation of the treaty education happens properly and thoroughly so it takes hold? We're not talking about the knowledge and commitment of people in this room, but of every teacher in Nova Scotia who will be responsible as this moves forward for implementing this. It's a tall, tall order. We have to kind of make every teacher a little bit of lawyer, a little bit of historian, a little bit of activist, and there's a lot of work to be done on that. So we can move ahead from that slide. We just wanted to focus here. I think this definition that we worked on through the workshop is important. And just to note, this is a working definition, but it gets at both the historical and the living dimensions of treaty education, and both of treaties and the inherent Indigenous rights. This will be something that we'll come back to, but we thought it was important to have that working definition to address. Okay. So there are 5 recommendations in, and the report that we wrote on the basis of the workshop is in the section 6 of tab here, and the recommendations are there. We'll go over them quickly now, though, but the first thing is understanding that there has to be a common mandate for treaty education. It's one thing for us in this room to agree that there should be treaty education, but there has to be a common mandate that is that tripartite agreement. And the first recommendation is that the province partner with Mi'kmaq chiefs through an expert working group to come to a common agreement on a coherent and accurate body of treaty knowledge. Secondly, a governance mechanism for leading treaty education, and it's recommended that the province with chiefs build upon the government's commitment to make treaty education mandatory by the signing of an MOU. And Jaime has been working with John and Chief Leroy. You've met with the minister, and I understand that that's part of the agreement going forward. And the MOU crystallizes the perspectives on how to move forward with treaty education. The third recommendation is to develop a process for then infusing this across the primary to grade 12 curriculum. When we had the treaty education workshop, we had people from the Office of the Treaty Commissioner in Saskatchewan came and talked with us. They shared their accomplishments and their challenges in relation to treaty education in Saskatchewan. Every grade from primary to 12 in Saskatchewan has learning outcomes in the curriculum that refer specifically to treaty education. Of course, they get more sophisticated as students move up and mature in their cognitive abilities and all of that, but it starts right from kindergarten and moves forward. And so that process has to be established, and DEEC is Department of Education, Culture, and or Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, MK. ICTE stands for the Association of Teacher Education Institutions, and the School Boards Association and the Teachers Union. If all those groups are not involved, then there will be less diffusion and ownership of the ideas. The next recommendation is to recognize that treaty education is about learning things, but also unlearning things. As has been mentioned here today, there's been very little in the public discourse and in public education related to treaty education. That's why there is such ignorance in the part of most Nova Scotians about treaties, because it's what has not been taught in schools. So the teachers who will be responsible in the future for teaching treaty education have little to no knowledge, or they have considerable misconception of the knowledge about treaties, both historical and living. The kind of historical information that we heard today is very rare in the teacher training programs and even in universities. So it's very important to have that process happen and make sure that everyone learns and understands the knowledge associated with treaties. And finally, that excellence in teaching and leadership requires that there be capabilities. One of the interesting things going on right now is the province is revising the qualifications for teachers. And we're recommending that as those qualifications get revised, that there be accountability around having treaty knowledge. If you're going to have capabilities around how people can do mathematics or what they teach around reading and writing or what they know about science, why not also have capabilities around treaty education? So it's important to use this document that the province is coming up with and use the mechanism and framework within that to situate accountabilities. So for the remainder of the time here that we have together, the questions that Jaime and John and I want to pose to chiefs and other leaders in the room is, do these recommendations address your concerns? And so here in review are the 5 statements, and then we have 3 questions that we're going to pose. But developing a common mandate for treaty education, establishing the governance mechanism, establishing a curriculum committee, designing a comprehensive learning professional development plan, and ensuring that through the public education review that there be explicit competencies or capabilities for teachers in relation to treaty knowledge. So the 3 questions then that we propose to consider here are, first of all, what role do you want as chiefs, as leaders in your communities? What role do you want your communities to play in leading treaty education? Recognizing that the most of the learning has to happen actually off reserve in provincial communities where the knowledge is the least associated with this. But what is the role of your communities? Secondly, what do you hope to see more of in the provincial education system? Thinking about knowledge, thinking about attitudes of teachers, that sort of thing. And finally, what do you see as the role of chiefs in advancing treaty education long term? Can you just flip to the next couple slides, because there's just a couple examples of each of these on there, and then we'll go back to the slide. So as far as role in your community, you might think about things like piloting the curriculum within schools where there already is a strong knowledge associated with treaty education. You might be thinking about sharing material and human resources with the province, or things like meeting with neighboring communities that you interact with. As far as the next area, thinking about what you hope to see for in the provincial system, it might be treaty knowledge which explains specific issues such as fisheries, economic development, environmental concerns. It might be about teacher knowledge, but you also might want to think about what attitudes, because the attitudes and value systems that teachers hold are really key to then what knowledge they take up. So those are examples of the sorts of things that we might want to dream of and see realized in the provincial system. And finally, as far as the role of chiefs in advancing treaty education, things such as the focus on the clarity of the MOU, funding, and ongoing advocacy. One question on my mind today, for instance, that I would love to hear asked of the minister tomorrow would be, there was just a rollout of a revision of the primary to grade 3 curriculum outcomes in the province. And the continual question that I think needs to be asked are things such as, well, do those new outcomes include treaty education outcomes as well? Because there is a commitment to have treaty education, and there's also a process going on to revise all the other curriculums. So are they there? So those are examples of possible ongoing roles of advocacy. So if we could just go back there.
So let's set up 3 groups. Very simple. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Carol is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All the 1s over in the back. All the 2s over here. All the 3s over here. And you will have facilitators. More over each other. I am a facilitator. I is a facilitator. So tomorrow, our session will start at 10 o'clock. And what we'll do tomorrow is we will give you an update of what's developed from the slides that from the flip charts that we have answering those 3 questions, and also any other issues that come up. Jeff, you'll have tonight to type those up, and we'll sit down after this and start going through these and get some commonalities, and so we should have that done. Shouldn't take us longer than an hour to do that. Then after that, we'll go out and hit the bars and go crazy. But anyway, back to life. The first thing is that tomorrow the sessions will start at 10 o'clock, but before we do that, we have some presenters that we'd like to give some presents to.
Leroy, you want to come up and do the closing and presenting on behalf of MK?
I also need to see all the presenters. I have some your stipends.
What? You had to get that on live? Thank you very much. Well, as wasn't me, but I wish there were more. There were half the chiefs here, and another half. I know they were really busy, but no, we planned this day, this important day, and it's not just any other word. It's our lives, it's who we are, and because ever since the discussion started with the minister and with treaty education, and I know that with our treaties, all the covenant chain of treaties, all the court cases that our ancestors, when I say our ancestors, just recently, those who are passed on, that spirit of fighting and keep moving forward is still happening. And numerous years, since I was a kid, listened to Captain Eric Denny, Treaty Day, and never tired of how he said the treaties were valid. This is our land, this is who we are, and it's important that it's recognized. It's important that treaties need to be implemented. So, so over the time of the discussions today, from 1700s, and a lot of great things were happening with the treaty, with the relationship. Everything was all good. And when just before this country became Canada, we thought we had the seat in the big table, and we end up having a small table in the back where the garbage cans are, and so we didn't have that. So we started from the small table where the garbage cans are. The fight began from fighting with the government, with our ancestors, with our past leaders who've been battling. As you see the timeline, many blood, sweat, and tears. And still we have some people here today. I want to acknowledge our district chief, Elik, and Joe B, and Viola, and many of these people who the chiefs that are still here today in the 80s, and they've been always moving forward, battling the government. So to me, everything got all wrong. Where did this relationship that we used to have with the treaty partnerships we had, and it got all got, many promises were made by the Queen. They were promised us bounty of abundance of economic wealth. That they made promises that any Indians won't be molested. At the time of history, all those promises were broken piece by piece. So it's relevant today that it's important that we start this treaty process of education amongst our partners, the people we live with, which is the mainstream society, with the non-Mi'kmaq, the people that are living on our land. And especially the society, there's a lot of ignorance and misconceptions of who we are as Mi'kmaq. And the lack of resources, the lack of knowledge, they just know a little bit of what they've seen from the textbooks. It's important that we include treaties, our timeline, to include our language, who we are, our hunting grounds, everything. If we say treaty, it's our lives, and it's important everything is talked about, because it's going to affect the future. So that said, I feel that moving forward tomorrow with the minister, I'm really glad the minister and the premier are willing to start this partnership of treaty education tomorrow. So at 10 o'clock, we will have chiefs will have a discussion, and then at 1 o'clock, we'll have opportunity to meet with the minister to have a discussion, and hoping that the letters I've been getting from the premier that aiming Treaty Day will be announcement of the MOU of moving this pilot forward. So if treaties, if they're properly understood, it will give us a treaty-based economy with our Mi'kmaq kids to work with all the children and all the people in Nova Scotia. It will I believe this treaty-based economy will lift our people and from poverty we experience, because we still do experience poverty. And not the change of the Indian Acts, all these policies and all these legislations are being passed that they think it'll help improve our people. I don't think those bills will improve it. I think our treaties will, because treaties, it's defines of who we are, and I think that it's time to return that relationship that we used to have. And I think it can happen here in Nova Scotia. We have opportunity. The government is listening, is willing to put the dollars forward. So, so I just want to take this time to thank our speakers and acknowledge them. And I have I had the names here. Where'd you go?
They're on the front page.
Okay. So Dr. William Weekin, come on up, and on behalf of the chiefs, on behalf of MK.
Hey, boys, hey. Let's get a picture, guys. Right. Get a picture. Get back together.
Good.
Maybe?
Oh, good. Oh, I gotta shake it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Eric Shiley, I call him Eric Ziley, because it starts with a Z. So.
Very proud of that Z.
Eric Ziley. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks.
Thank you. Guys. Thank you. Here.
Joe B. Joe B. The legendary Joe B. Joe.
Thank you.
Viola. Viola. Open up. Oh, Joe, Jeff, okay. Okay, I make these gifts. I was up all night. Jeff Orr, my former professor, St. Effects. Okay, well, I invite Rod, Chief Rod, to close in prayer. And again, we're starting 10 o'clock. Ari, is that the case, John?
You're the chair.
Okay, John says 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock tomorrow, 1 o'clock, Minister.
We'll have everything all typed up and ready for you tomorrow.
Well, in Psalm Leroy, name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, amen. Dear God, Heavenly Father, ever blessed virgins, and all the holy saints in heaven, we truly want to thank you for giving us the strength, the courage, the wisdom, the faith, the hope, and the patience, and the knowledge that was shared today. It was very amazing. And if anybody's traveling, I certainly hope and I pray for a safe trip home and back. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Amen. So, we have a laptop to work on.